Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the August 25th, 2020 Council meeting of Dysart et al. The first thing we need to do is have the roll call, please. So the clerk can do the roll call for attendance. Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Donaldson.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Present.
Councillor McKechnie.
Present.
Councillor Smith.
Present.
Councillor Wood Roberts.
Present.
Mayor Roberts.
And present.
Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you for that. The next thing we will do is have a mover and seconder to adopt the agenda for today. So if I, with a show of hands, can see a mover and seconder, Councillor Wood Roberts and Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that the agenda for the meeting of the Council of Municipality of Dysart et al. Held on August 25th, 2020 be approved as presented. All those in favor? And any opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Thank you. So next I will ask if there's any disclosure of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, we will move on to that. And we will adopt minutes from the previous meetings. And the resolution is for both of the meetings, the public and the regular council meeting. So a mover and seconder for that, please. Deputy Kennedy and Councillor Clark. Be it resolved, the council approves the following meeting minutes as circulated. Dysart et al. Regular council, the 28th of July, 2020, and the public meeting of the 28th of July, 2020. All those in favor? Not opposed? Any opposed, I should ask? Nope, carried. Thank you. So next is the opportunity that myself and the deputy get to give a little update, and mine is extremely short and brief. I just want to wish everyone who is watching this, and also to my fellow councillors, I hope you've had a good summer. It certainly was a different one, but we've had beautiful weather up here in Dysart, and we're very, very lucky to live where we are. So I hope you've had a safe and healthy summer. I'm also just wanting to send a message to teachers and students and parents of children going back to school in a couple of weeks. I'm sure it's been a very difficult and stressful time. So we wish you all the best, and we wish everyone a safe return back to school. Just letting you know, our emergency control group does continue to meet, and a couple of things we're working on, which is the opening of our arena, and that's really quite exciting. And staff are working to take the bookings. Again, that's going to look very, very different from other years, but it's essential that we offer this recreational service in our community and that we do it safely. And so please follow all the posts and whatnot. We use social media a lot, so follow our Facebook posts as to what's happening at the arena. And the other thing that we're looking to do is to create a workstation area in the upstairs of the arena so that people can book on an hourly rate and use that space, because we have excellent Wi-Fi there, and so for a fairly minimal charge you can book by the hour. So again, follow the details of that as it unfolds. We're looking at approximately the middle of September. So those people who are still here in their seasonal homes and want to stay through the fall and need better internet, we're going to be offering that. So I'll turn it over to the deputy mayor and see if you've got some updates.
Not many. I was away last week enjoying some vacation time up in the far northwestern part of the province, stimulating the economy. Had a great fly-in fishing trip experience. It's been a great summer, as you said. The weather's been fantastic. Businesses look like they're doing extremely well in some sectors. Some sectors are still hurting. And as the recovery committee continues to work, and now that we have some new funding available, perhaps we can move forward. I'm not sure where that's all going to go. We have a meeting this week, and hopefully we'll be able to disseminate a little more information to the members of that committee and report back to council on some recommendations and/or the Emergency Operations Control Group. Other than that, I want to congratulate Minden Hills on Pride Week, and congratulations on being able to bring that forward again this year, despite the hardships and difficulties, and I wish them all the best this week. Thank you.
That's great, and thank you for bringing that up. I hope maybe you and I can talk to the organizers of Minden Pride and see if we can tag along with them next year and do something in the same time and have it a bit of a county-wide, not to take their name away or to take anything away from what they're doing, but it really is important across the county to be doing something like that. And you also brought up the funding that we will be receiving, and we can speak to that later when we get into the finance section. So. It sounded like a lot of money, but when you start looking at some of the losses and some of the expenses that we're going to incur over not just 2020, but into 2021, it won't be hard to spend that. Okay, so we'll move on to our first delegation. So I'm going to ask the administrator if you can bring up Corey McKay, who is the climate change coordinator at the county. And I believe when she gets online, she'll do a share screen. So we'll just wait a minute. Welcome, Corey.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. So I'll turn it over to you, and I believe you're going to do a share screen and have your presentation up.
Yeah, am I supposed to bring it up, or are you?
Well, you don't have to. Do you want to do that? We have it, and it's on the agenda. So I believe most of us are on two devices, one to view and one to follow the agenda. So we'll do it this way. I'll just turn it over to you.
Great. I'll let you know when I'm switching slides if you want to follow along with the PDF.
Okay.
So thanks for having me. Today, I'll be giving an update on the county's climate change planning process, focusing on phase 1, which is our corporate climate change mitigation plan, and milestone 3, which is the formation of an action plan. On to the next slide. A reminder of the work that we have already completed. We completed a corporate greenhouse gas inventory where we found out that 86% of corporate emissions come from our landfills, 9% from our municipal fleet, and 5% from buildings. We had set targets to reduce our corporate emissions by 20% for buildings, 10% for fleet, and 80% for waste from our 2018 baseline by 2030. Next slide. So the plan itself will focus on the greenhouse gas emissions that Dysart has direct control over. So it outlines potential opportunities that can be taken to reduce the municipality's carbon footprint through both building on the existing work that's already being done, as well as exploring and suggesting best practices that we can explore for our local context within the county. So as I read the actions, just know that the county and the other local municipalities have similar actions as well. So a lot of this effort can be shared amongst us all. On to the next slide. The plan focuses around 4 main goals. The first goal being improving energy efficiency and transitioning to low carbon and renewable sources of energy in our municipal facilities. The second goal focuses on reducing fuel consumption and transitioning to low carbon vehicles and fuels. The third goal looks at reducing and diverting organic waste from our landfills, as well as improving our corporate waste management and our data surrounding the landfills. And lastly, integrating climate change considerations across municipal programs, policies, and plans, really all municipal decision making. On the next slide, working with staff, we've come up with recommended actions to achieve or ideally exceed our emissions reduction targets. For our buildings, it's suggested to continue to conduct energy audits on municipal facilities and create a schedule to retrofit the buildings at a more accelerated pace. Develop and implement a green new building policy so that new municipal facilities would be built to a higher, more low carbon standard, as well as continuing staff education on reducing energy consumption. On to the next slide. For municipal fleet, suggesting to install electric vehicle charging stations in municipal parking lots. So wherever the more light duty administration vehicles are stored, these are the ones where we can ideally upgrade to hybrid or electric options, As well, when the charging stations aren't in use by the municipality, they could potentially be used by the public in a central location. Developing and implementing a green fleet policy. So this is something that the county might be working on in the near future and can share with the local municipalities. So this would contain language around anti-idling, repurchasing more low carbon vehicles, right sizing, carpooling, etc. And subsequently implementing fleet operator training so that municipal staff are aware of the new policy and its changes. And lastly, monitoring the feasibility of alternative fuel sources. So this is probably the best way that we can decarbonize more heavy-duty fleet looking into the future. On the next slide for waste, Dysart's waste emissions will be significantly reduced in the future due to planned landfill closures where waste will be transferred outside of the community to a site with landfill gas capture. But regardless, it's important to reduce and divert as much waste as we can. So here, looking at building on the existing work that's being done with communication to residents and businesses, as well as promoting backyard composting. Looking at completing a waste composition study at the landfill sites. So another cross-county initiative looking at what our waste is made up of to have better data to base program decisions on. Conducting a waste audit of our corporate waste and implementing strategies to reduce it, as well as exploring the use of a bag tag system and a bag limit policy, which could greater encourage waste diversion. On to the next slide. Again, relating to collecting better data, investing in scales to provide more accurate data on the tonnage, expanding options for reuse, including reuse centers, exploring the potential for food and yard waste diversion, which is the greatest action we can take to reduce our corporate emissions, as well as increasing the source separation of waste in public areas. On to the next slide, looking at municipal leadership, integrating greenhouse gas considerations into our existing plans and policies. So a good example is the official plan, which the county is now updating with climate change considerations that can cascade down to the local municipalities as well as incorporating a climate change lens into municipal decision making to ensure climate change is considered with all council decisions. And on to the next slide. Looking forward, once a plan's in place, then the next phase is implementation. So I'm here to support each local municipality in implementing these suggested actions. It's recommended that a joint municipal climate change working group made up of staff is created to facilitate this cross-county dialogue, as well as scoping out each of these actions in more detail before they are brought forward to the local councils. This group will also be essential through helping with the next stage, which is corporate adaptation. The first milestone of that phase is the formation of an adaptation group. So this group would be essential for the first two phases of our climate change planning process. And the last slide, monitoring our progress from our baseline. So working with staff, we will complete annual greenhouse gas inventories and bring these forward to council to see how we're progressing from our 2018 baseline, as well as revisiting past milestones, so updating targets as we see fit, as well as updating the different actions in the plan as maybe funding becomes available or as different internal and external changes may occur. So that's all for my presentation, but I'm happy to take any questions or comments on the draft plan.
Okay, well, thank you, Corey, so much for all of that. I'm just going to start off with one question, then I'll open it up to the floor. On the slide on page 10, milestone 4 implementation, you discuss a climate change working group, and you suggested just now that that was made up of staff. So it didn't say that in the slide deck. So it is intended to just be made up of staff, not a staff council mix.
Yes, ultimately it would be up to councils to decide that, but regarding the community, they will definitely be involved for the community phase of the plan, but for the first two stages that are our corporate emissions, it would be made up of staff and
Right.
potentially council if they wish as well. Yeah.
Okay, great. So let's open it up to the floor and see if there's any questions for Corey. And we do have a resolution to accept and approve the plan. So I'll just see if there's some questions. I see Councillor Clark.
Yeah. Corey, very, it's a very high level and a good starting point. It's very encompassing. Looks like there's areas that are very specific to responsibilities at the municipal or at the township level versus the county level. Will that be clearly defined at some point? And the reason I'm saying that is Dysart has taken an initiative with a relationship with Fleming College, for example, for doing studies out on our waste management. Also trying to address issues around composting, which is a real problem at our scale. I'm just trying, will there be clear definition as to what we do at the local level versus what you're doing at the county level?
Yes, so this plan, you'll see Dysart has a specific chapter. Each local municipality as well as the county has their own chapter within the plan. And that's anticipating that while most of this work will be shared and hopefully we can collaborate on initiatives, there will be projects that will be done separately. And so that can be reflected in each individual plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Smith.
Thank you, and thanks, Corey. As Larry mentioned, it's a great summary of the report that you've provided. I'd say some in the community are anxious to see more action, at a little faster pace here. And you mentioned composting. As you recognize, the amount of organic waste that shows up at our landfill sites is frankly remarkable. And despite efforts in Dysart and elsewhere to encourage people to compost at home, there are many commercial establishments that produce a lot of organic waste and bring it to our landfill sites. And that is a major contributor, as you know, to greenhouse gas emissions. And so I'm interested in your perspective in terms of actions that we could take, starting almost immediately, to address the huge piles. I have people who send me pictures when they go to a landfill site of a massive pile of organic waste that's basically a truckload that's been dumped, and it seems like such a shame. So I'm interested in your view of what could we do, really quickly to address that sort of issue.
Yeah, I've heard a lot from residents as well, being very interested in composting solutions, and there's many different ones out there. Right away, promoting backyard composting is probably the easiest thing we can do because we already have a program in place for that. But that will be a goal of the working group should the plans be approved, to be looking at these different composting options and what would work for our county specifically, and whether that's engaging external consultants to help with that as well. I'm not a waste management professional, so I'm not going to recommend anything specific, but that would definitely be a big focus of implementation of this plan.
So what would it take to establish that, as a top priority? Because, your report here speaks to Dysart reducing its, impact from a landfill point of view by 80%. That's a little bit of a misleading statistic because, frankly, the greenhouse gases produced as a result of our landfills is not declining by 80%. In fact, the fact that our landfills are filled to capacity and we need to haul the garbage away, it may end up at a site where they're capturing the methane. But today, trucks, big fuel burning trucks are hauling garbage from Dysart to places like Chatham and Watford in southwestern Ontario. It's over 1,000 kilometers return trip. That's not good. And so this organic waste opportunities to utilize it locally, would be critically important. And addressing it in the long term is one thing, but what can we do in the short term? How do we get this to the top of your agenda? Working with our environmental staff to say, look, we got to make a change here. And it's not just about backyard composting. I said, it's commercial enterprises. Those truckloads aren't there because, somebody who doesn't compost at home brought it. They bring a bag or two. A truckload comes from a commercial establishment. They don't have an opportunity to do composting beside their store or restaurant. Our own staff says, well, there's a problem. We don't have a permit to do composting at the landfill site. Well,
Hey, John, let's let Corey answer just, and I know what you're saying, but I will let you answer, Corey. What I'm thinking too is, so this is the plan there. We still have a lot of local input on the implementation and the actions of how we take to get to that. These are talking about our targets. And so we will work with our staff and try to implement some of the things, like, for instance, you talked about the bag tags, or that would be a local decision, and a local decision as to if Dysart increases their organic or the composters and backyard composting. We have done that for quite some time, actually, now a few years. So I think we still have a lot of decision makings on the action. This is more about the plan. So Corey, I'll let you answer if you want to, Councillor Smith, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, again, if council wants that to be a priority, then absolutely, it's already on the action plan for the working group to be exploring these options. There's likely a lot of groundwork that would need to be laid first, communicating with the community to see what they would like to see, if they have appetite for a composting program, and commercial businesses as well. But that will definitely be a focus, as it is a huge greenhouse gas reduction emitter.
Okay, thank you, Corey. One last, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Well, Andrea, we had an environment and climate change committee in Dysart, and it was pursuing some of these actions. Staff reported to the committee on some possibilities. In fact, staff was going to be engaging with local commercial establishments, talking about limitations and restrictions on the amount of waste they can bring to our landfill sites, a variety of other initiatives around composting and so forth. Council has decided to eliminate that environment and climate change committee. There's a committee of the whole process that council wants to get started. We haven't started that yet. So what can we do to get this on an agenda and get some action taking place, as opposed to the status quo, which has been going for months now?
So our first committee of the whole meeting will be September 8th, and each department head will be involved, and we will be able to bring those things forward. Just because we don't have it as a separate committee, it's still a priority for council. So just I'm sure, I don't know, it'll be on an agenda item actually September 8th, but we need to get that new system rolling, and that can easily come up as a local priority. Okay.
And how do we get it on the agenda? Do I need to introduce a motion? How do we get it on the agenda for the first committee of the whole meeting?
Well, I'll check with the clerk and with Tamara, and we will see how we go forward with that. Okay. I do have a resolution, which I don't believe was in your package, so I will read it and then see if I have a mover and a seconder. It is, be it resolved that council provide comments on the corporate climate change mitigation plan to the climate change coordinator, and that Dysart accept and approve the corporate climate change mitigation plan for the municipality of Dysart et al., and that council endorse the county of Haliburton corporate climate change mitigation plan to county council for approval. Do I have a mover and a seconder for that resolution? Deputy Kennedy and Councillor Clark. So I won't read it again if that's all right, and I'll take a vote. All in favor? Any opposed?
Yeah.
You're opposed.
I'd like to see us talk about this a little more seriously. There's so many things that we could be doing, and we kind of just keep deferring these things. Back in the spring, there was a desire to declare a climate change emergency for Halliburton County. We wanted it in Dysart. It was actually passed by our Environment Committee. But council overruled that. And, there are so many practical things that could be done that we don't talk about, we don't promote, we don't get, staff engaged in driving these things. And it's extremely frustrating to people in the community who care deeply and are very concerned about climate change. The inaction and the unwillingness to get these things on an agenda and make some real changes is extremely frustrating. And I know you're going to tell me, well, look, we'll do it next meeting, but I want to make sure we get these things on an agenda and actually have something happen.
I understand, I hear your passion, but I think these are two separate things. So the resolution to accept the climate change plan that Corey has worked on is one thing, and then the detailed actions of our local Dysart's actions will be a separate thing, is how we achieve those targets. So anyway, I called the vote and it was carried. So we will move on to the next item. We have another delegation at 9:30, but I believe we will have time to go through because some of these committees haven't been meeting. So we'll go through under section 3, the reports from local agencies and boards. It may just be verbal update, but we will start with the Harcourt Hall board, and I'll ask Councillor Donaldson if she has anything to report.
I don't have anything to report since last meeting because we have a meeting scheduled for tonight.
Okay, and that the Harcourt Hall has been rented out a little bit as sort of some office space or a workspace, if you will.
Yes.
And that's worked out okay?
Yes. I haven't heard anything about it, so it must be going all right.
Okay. And people are either able to gather in smaller groups. So if are they taking bookings if someone wanted to do a baby shower, a knitting circle, I don't know what, small gatherings?
I know that there was a booking in September for a bridal shower. So I will ask tonight and see what happens.
Okay, well, I hope they're still able to do that. Thank you. And so Councillor Smith, West Guildford Hall, how are they managing out there?
Well, we've had no meetings, but there's been email correspondence amongst the board members on a number of topics, including the opportunity to restart those meetings and get the facility officially reopened. There has been some use by rentals, but nothing significant yet. And so, as I said, we're discussing that by email. I expect there will be a meeting in September.
Okay, thank you. Rails End, Councillor Clark?
Yeah, you don't have to go to Harcourt for knitting circle. They're doing it at Rails End.
Oh,
Lori Jones provided her update there, I guess, on Wednesday or Thursday last week. So they're doing quite a few activities outside, including some drum circle stuff. And they've got a little educational coordinator there who's doing quite a bit of media for them. So keeping her presence in the community. And she's got some stuff going with the youth around the locomotive, the caboose, and the rail station, just to kind of drive interest in our history and how we got started as the end of the rail line. So it's a nice little report, well worth the read.
great, thank you. There is a resolution to receive the report. So do I have a mover and seconder for that? Councillor Wood Roberts, and seconder, Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved, the council acknowledges receipt of the August 2020 Rails and Gallery and Arts Centre report. All in favor? And that's carried. And Halberton BIA.
We have a meeting this evening.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
And
I'm sorry?
how have you been speaking with any of the executive? How have they felt the summer's gone? Challenged?
It's been challenging, but I know they did have a not so much a complaint, but a concern about some people paying in the parking meters and the potential of it's dirty. But again, all the businesses have sanitizers inside their doors or hand wash stations. So it is what it is. We can't
And we
change.
sent- we sent a message to the chair and the administrator that the parking meters will be in effect on September 1st. They'll be activated and paid parking will be back on track. So as of September 1st, the towns look lovely. The patios have been busy. Some days you drive through town and you wouldn't even know there was a pandemic because it's as busy as any other summer. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. And aging well has likely,
Yeah,
no. Okay.
kind of on hold.
The Community Policing and Advisory Committee, actually, that is, we could almost take that off because we are switching gears and we will not be meeting anymore. We're suspended until, while we work on the community safety and well-being plan. So nothing to report there. Harvest Halliburton.
Yeah, our next meeting is on September 29th. Our last meeting was in June, but we've been continuing to work with the farmers markets and also the input on the bylaw update. You know, since you're seeing with the backyard hens situation, quite a few of our coordinating staff through the health unit are tied up with COVID. So that's kind of slowed down or kind of spread out some of the responsibilities of the committee. So, but we're moving ahead, and like I say, the end of September will be our next meeting.
Great. Source protection planning.
No updates.
Okay. Upper Trent.
No meetings, no.
The lake levels are so low. Very, very, very low water here. And nothing on the lastly Halliburton Village Bioenergy Corporation. So that's everything from that section. So it is 9:30. So we will bring forward Faye Martin, Jody Curry, and Max Ward from Places for People to do a delegation regarding perhaps some housing options. We'll see. There's okay, I see.
Hi.
I'll just wait till you're all unmuted, and I'm not sure who's going to go first.
And Jody's on the phone.
And Jody's on the phone. Thank you very much. So Faye, are you leading the presentation?
I am. Max should come in as well. I think he's in waiting.
Yeah, he's on. We see Max. Jody, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Well, thanks.
I'm here by
everybody,
phone too.
Yes.
Sorry.
for having us. Oh, he's on phone too. Okay. So Places for People is here today to ask to partner with Dysart to create affordable housing. Specifically, we want to be considered to develop 10 to 12 units by fall 2022 on property owned by the township. So my job today is to give you a thumbnail sketch of Places for People history as an established charitable provider of affordable housing. And then Jody will update you on our current focus, and Max will talk money. So Places for People came into being in 2007 because a small group of determined people came together to meet a long recognized need for affordable housing that had no local champion at that time. There'd been no affordable housing in the county for decades and little hope that it would become a government priority anytime soon. So this small group decided to take matters into their own hand, doing what rural communities often do very well, which is mobilize local resources to meet local need. I'm proud to be one of those people. The model we adopted was to buy existing properties, renovate them, and rent them at affordable rates, utilities included. The business model was to buy and renovate, rent, and then fundraise to lower the mortgage to the point where the rent paid on the property met all the costs related to the property. And then we were on to acquiring the next property. So over the 13 years that we've existed, we've acquired and managed 5 properties, comprising 8 rental units, 2 in each of the 4 townships. So Dysart was the first, total renovation of the old Orange Hall on George Street into a lovely, at least on the inside, duplex, up-down duplex. Looks kind of ugly on the outside, but the inside it's gorgeous. Because of the nature of the existing housing stock, Places for People units were 3 and 4 bedroom units, single family dwellings or duplexes. So the tenant fit with this was families. We've served 18 families over the year, 29 adults, 52 kids. Our 19th family, a woman fleeing domestic abuse and her 2 teenage daughters, has just moved in. We think we've done really well as landlords. We can count on one hand and have fingers left over the number of months in which we did not receive the full amount owing to us. Our properties have never been trashed. They've been hard used in some instances, but never willfully destroyed. And 7 of our 18 families have developed the skills and the confidence to go on to home ownership. We think this is a record that very few landlords, public or private, can match. We attribute this good performance to the philosophy of the program, which is that people have both a need and a right to appropriate housing. Without secure housing, we cannot reasonably expect people to thrive. And when people don't thrive, neither do their communities, either socially or economically. We also believe that secure housing is an opportunity for people to gather their resources and thrive. We select tenants who share that view, and then we support them in implementing that intent. This support function is one of the elements that differentiates Places for People from most landlords. What differentiates us from social housing, which tends to serve the same tenant population, low and medium income families, is that we've never been dependent on government funding. We have, however, taken advantage of it whenever it fits with what we want to do, which is why we're here today. We think there's a huge potential right now for a mutually beneficial partnership with Dysart. Places for People has consistently accessed community resources, both human and financial, to grow the corporation. Financial investment from community members has been a crucial factor in the acquisition of each of our properties, which Max will talk about more later. Places for People will build on this solid foundation of garnering local resources and focusing them on meeting local need as we move into the next phase of our development. So here's Jody Curry, who's president of P4P, to talk about that.
Thanks, Faye. I'm here to talk about what we're going to do now. We are very excited to be part of the county's goal to create 750 new rental units over the next 10 years. Our plan is to contribute 40 of those units. It's ambitious, we know, so how will we do that? We are pivoting from renovating older family homes and duplexes, as Faye described, to building new multi-unit developments for mixed populations of 1- and 2-person households. We chose a new build to increase housing stock and make use of modern approaches to energy, efficiency, and design. We have chosen multi-unit to make faster progress towards meeting pressing community need. We've developed 8 units over the past 13 years. We plan to accelerate that rate by creating 8 to 12 units every 2 to 3 years. Our immediate goal, as Faye mentioned, is to have 12 units ready for occupancy by the fall of 2022. There is convincing research that multi-unit developments in small clusters offer opportunities to create healthier communities by mixing age and socioeconomic status. Our projects will house tenants that require affordable rent and tenants that fall into the missing middle, those who earn too much to require subsidies but not enough to afford current market rents. I'm sure everyone listening knows someone who can't afford current market rents. We're focusing on 1- and 2-person households because that is the greatest need in the county. Stats show that 76% of households here are comprised of 1 or 2 persons, but only 6% of our housing stock is 1 bedroom. That's a very large gap. We've been preparing for 2 years for this next development, which we expect will cost between $2 and $2.5 million. We've completed all the organizational work necessary to fine-tune our governance structure to ensure it is ready to support this more ambitious development while taking good care of our existing portfolio. This included altering our corporate structure so that more of the heavy lifting is done at the committee level. This permits a broader range of people from the community to contribute without committing to sitting on the board. People like Andy Campbell and some very experienced seasonal residents as well. We have actively assessed in depth 3 properties over the last 2 years for their suitability, none of which worked for us, but we learned a great deal about the issues that are involved. In one of those situations, we invited another social agency to look at that opportunity as we felt it would be a better fit for them. We are happy to report that this 32-unit development is now working its way through the planning process in Minden. We selected and worked with a consultant and a design team, both of whom are familiar with the county, and they are quickly available to apply their expertise to the next identified property. You can see that we've prepped for this next chapter in our future. We've done it carefully and worked on it for quite some time. We are ready to take on a multi-unit project right now. Our immediate goal is 12 units to be occupied by fall of 2022. All we need to start the process is property. So we understand that you, Dysart, are assessing all of your property to identify what is suitable for affordable housing, and that you're looking for partners in creating that housing. Places for People would like to partner with you. We will be an excellent partner because we have a proven track record of creating and managing affordable housing, and we do it on a not-for-profit basis. We have a strong history of engaging the community in projects that help our communities thrive. That's community helping community. We have a lot of experience with building partnerships and leveraging community resources to make hard work look easy and to make seemingly overwhelming projects doable. And we understand that this is not a competition. We all need to work together to make housing happen. So I ask that you please take a look at us. Take a look at partnering with Places for People to provide quality, affordable housing in our community. I know you'll want to know about the money side. So here's Max Ward, our treasurer, and he'll talk about our plans to fund this development.
Thank you, Jody. I'm Places for People's numbers guy, and I'm going to share some of those numbers to illustrate the financial and civic value of partnering with Places for People. Community members and community groups have been contributing to our cause substantially over the past 12 years. Last fiscal year, which just ended March 31st, 2020, our donations and fundraising income outstripped our rental income. Our rental income was $91,000, and we raised nearly $19,000 in grants, $89,000 in donations, and $16,000 in fundraising. So our support from the public represented 57% of our income in that year. And that's well over our rental income, which is what sustains our existing properties. This is particularly impressive because we didn't even have a project on the go at that time. And our donations tend to increase significantly when we have a visible project. We've been borrowing and repaying money from community members successfully from the get-go. Local investors have made each of our property purchases possible. All but one of our mortgages are held by local individuals. We now own 4 properties with a book value of roughly $800,000. Only $283,000 of that debt is still outstanding. We intend to leverage this equity to fund a portion of our next project. Going forward, community investment will play an even bigger role as we branch out into larger multi-unit developments. We have for over a year been preparing to formalize and expand our community loan program as a community bond program. Community bonds allow not-for-profits, charities, and cooperatives in Ontario to borrow funds from their support network to finance a capital project. The use of this type of bonds has grown over the past 10 years. They have been used successfully by organizations like Solar Share, the Mount Community Center in Peterborough, Lake of Bays Renewable Energy Co-op, and many others. I personally have solar shares that are part of my RESP and TFSA. Offering formal community bonds opens new doors for us. It allows us to raise more funds, engage a broader scope of investors, and potentially have those bonds eligible to be held in an RRSP or TFSA or RESP. Community bonds are a better investment than a GIC in many ways because an investor gets to invest in our community. The money stays here and helps the county in all sorts of ways. We've been working with Tapestry Community Capital for over a year using a grant from InnoWeave and the McConnell Foundation. Tapestry is a not-for-profit whose mission is specifically to help other not-for-profits develop community bonds as a financial tool. We have had the first of several advisory consultations with knowledgeable community members. We have laid the foundation for our partnership with a financial institution so that the bonds will be TFSA and RRSP eligible. We will be running information sessions to educate local people and potential investors about these bonds as soon as we have a working budget for the project. I would like to emphasize that we are a not-for-profit corporation and a charity. This allows us to offer donation tax receipts and when people assist us with the good work that we do in the community. We recently hired a part-time coordinator administrator to use our volunteer inputs more efficiently. We have a post box and a website, no office space, so our administrative costs are very low, about 10% of our revenue. This includes managing our current portfolio, as well as supporting the organization itself. The next step to achieving our goal of having 12 new units occupied by the fall of 2022 is to secure a suitable property. We're ready and eager to partner with you to develop affordable housing on a property you have prioritized to address our housing targets. We're pleased to take questions.
Thank you, Max. And I just want to thank all three of you. Faye, for the history. I can't believe it was 2007. It doesn't seem that long ago. I remember when you coming to council, and I remember that first property and the concept. And so just from the history, and Jody for your presentation on your goals and as a chairperson and what you want to do in the future. And Max, I'm so impressed. I had never heard of a thing called a community bond. So hopefully some of the people listening to are looking as how they invest and maybe want to invest in a compassionate way and not just have a GIC and have that paid out. So that's your financial position is incredible. I do see a question from Deputy Mayor Kennedy, so we'll go to questions first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, folks, from Places for People. It's you can tell the enthusiasm. This was maybe spearheaded a little bit by myself. At last year's retreat at Dysart, we identified housing both at a local level and at a county level. And Councillor Clark was sort of assigned the lead on it. And that's something that's dear to my heart too. So I was in a support position. We were able to meet with Max and Faye and Jody, and I caught their enthusiasm. And at the time, we were also looking at our inventory of excess properties that we had. The way that their group has moved forward, it just seems like we're destiny bound to happen. So I actually promoted them coming to council to give us a background on the organization, their professionalism. And that the timing may be perfect because we are looking at some of our properties. They're ready to move. I think we have a desire to help support housing here in Dysart. So I just thought it was a great timing for us to take a look at it. And certainly what they've come forward with this morning just reinforces my belief in that organization. Thank you.
Councillor Clark, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Deputy Mayor Kennedy and myself have had an opportunity to talk with the Places for People group, and so we've been noodling this around a bit. What I propose or suggest is that Places for People give us a listing as to what the size of properties they would require, like that minimum size, what amenities and what services are desirable, so that we can use those as some screening criteria against available properties that we have in the township. And then from there, then we can bring it back to council to get some blessings, and then move on to the next steps for creation of this very much needed resource for our community. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from any other councillors? One thing we would want to be discussing is with our planning department to ensure that if it's a multi-unit like this, it would need to be on the sewer system, I imagine. You can't build that and likely do it on a septic, so it does limit where our sewer line goes. So there's some details of like that to work out, as Councillor Clark just said, minimum size of the property. So we would definitely need to be talking to within our planning department. And the other thing is Dysart doesn't have a lot of land, but sometimes even through a presentation like this or through connections or people we know, there may be opportunities of private land out there. That is, Max, you seem to be very up on some creative ways to donate if there is a private person out there that has a potential piece of property. This could also be suitable. If it isn't Dysart being the partner, we might be the facilitator for another partnership. We definitely know how much housing is needed within our entire county and our municipality. So yeah, we will take your presentation and take it into consideration, and we'll work with you as we look and see what properties, if we do have some that are suitable, or help facilitate perhaps something else on a private scale. Anything else to add for that? Anyone? Okay, well, thank you, all three of you. Appreciate your coming today to talk about your goals and your objectives. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. So we are moving along in our agenda, and so that will take us to the planning. And so we'll bring forward our planning department staff into the meeting. And we'll also bring forward our last delegation, which is on the planning item 4.1. So we'll just wait a minute till everyone's in the meeting. Yes. Okay, I think everyone is in the meeting now, and just need to unmute to make sure that we can hear you. And so I'm going to turn it over to our Director of Planning, Jeff, to start us with 4.1 presentation, and then China will give you, welcome China, will give you a chance to speak to it, okay? So Jeff, if you want to take us through 4.1.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I'm going to pass this presentation over to Chris Orson, our Senior Planner.
Thank you. Chris.
Thanks, Jeff. Yep, thank you. So this is a request to waive site plan control for the lands of the located at 135 Industrial Park Road. The subject property contains an existing structure which is proposed to be converted into a recreational dance studio through a concurrent zoning bylaw amendment that's taking place. The area around the existing structure is cleared with gravel parking area. Through the remainder of the property is well vegetated with low-lying terrain that exhibits a water course along. Can everybody still hear me? I just saw my connection sort of go, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah, there was a gap, so maybe just back up a sentence.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just describing the property, which is has an existing structure with a cleared parking area. Through the remainder of the property is well vegetated with low-lying area. The property is located within the employment area of the municipality of Dysart's official plan, which primarily consists of the industrial businesses. The characteristics of the adjacent properties are similar in nature, although the subject property is within 500 meters of an active waste disposal area, which required the waste disposal site compatibility report, which was part of the concurrent zoning application, sort of triggered these site plan agreement for the zoning application. And that's why we're here today to, as a request from the applicant to waive the site plan control. As per section 16.9 of the official plan and the site plan control bylaw, the applicant must address the site plan control. Section 5 of the site plan control bylaw provides council with the flexibility to waive this site plan control. As site plan control is the requirement through the zoning bylaw process, the owner has submitted the letter to council requesting to waive the site plan control related to the zoning bylaw amendment. Staff have reviewed the request and provided some concerns related to the request to waive site plan control for council to consider as outlined in the report. The request to waive site plan control. I can go through what some of the staff's concerns were. If council would like me to do so, I can certainly do that. But if they've read the report, then we can.
I think it's in the report, and there's basically, it's like 5 conditions, if you will, and they're there. So I think that's okay. So what I'd like to do is see China, if you'd like to speak to this, and go ahead.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm the owner and director of Halliburton Dance Academy, which has been operative since 1996. It was opened by Terry Matthews, as originally named Halliburton Dance Arts. I took ownership in 2012, and we have set a goal to grow our business and provide dance instruction to the children of our community. We set a goal about 2 to 3 years ago to grow in 2020 and find a space that we can call home that we own. Accomplishing that goal during a global pandemic has been interesting, to say the least. We are putting one foot in front of the other with the motivation that our dancers need this for their emotional well-being and mental health. That has been our biggest priority. It's what is driving us. It is my daily reminder that I need to keep going and keep an optimistic attitude towards accomplishing these goals for them and providing this for their well-being. I felt extremely supported by the township. I do want to say that and mention how grateful I am for Chris's support, and he's done a great job of explaining what waiving site plan control even means to me. I think it's important to mention that this has been a new language to learn for me. This has been a huge learning curve. I'm not really involved in those things on a daily basis. So he's done a fantastic job in keeping me informed and understanding as best I can where we're at and what's needed. And I'm very grateful for that. So thank you, Chris. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I know that the drinking water has been a concern for the staff that we have also been obviously concerned about. We have some ideas to make sure that that is addressed with water coolers in each studio and the waiting room area, common areas. And we'd also like to have one at our reception desk with very clear signage in our washrooms that says that it is not drinkable water. And the water will also be tested on a regular basis for E. coli, which our environmental consultant has brought to our attention to make sure that it will be safe for hand washing as well. There won't be showers on site, so that is something that's ticked off the list we don't need to worry about. But if there are any other concerns that anyone would like to discuss, I'm an open book and I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Great, so I'll take questions. And like you said, you've had the business for quite some time. The business itself has been in for many, many years. And then when you purchased it, and so then to secure your own space in the location, because it's industrial park, there had some hurdles there, but you're very, very close to being open. And I think the conditions are very reasonable and you've addressed them, and obviously they're doable. So I'll just see if we do have questions. We do have from Councillor Clark.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. My only comment is I think it's very important for council to support this application. Working within the guidelines as identified by our plan, the 5 points is identified by our planning department. But what this does is it supports both a cultural and a recreational or health benefit for the community. I think this is a key thing to keep us as a community that we should be supporting.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, China. I appreciate the value of dancing in terms of its impact. One of my daughters was a dancer till she went off to university, and I've got two granddaughters that participate in dancing now. I am curious though as to how you selected a location in the industrial park, as opposed to there's several sites downtown in the village that are vacant, and others advertising you got space for rent and so forth. And the industrial park is named industrial park for a reason. Your consultant went out there. Unfortunately, the consultant went out there a day that the landfill was closed, and made the observation that they didn't think the traffic would be that much heavier. Those who have gone to the Halliburton landfill site often see literally a dozen or more vehicles lined up waiting to get in at any point in time, which says there's going to be a lot of traffic. And so it's from my point of view, it's not an ideal location. And as I said, I'm curious as to why something in the village downtown area wouldn't have been suitable.
So those are really good points, and I can definitely happily answer them. So we did look into some locations downtown. They just simply weren't suitable for our space, since we're so individualized when it comes to our needs and our needs for large square footage area for our dance instruction in our classes, and needing a minimum of 2 studios operational at the same time. Another concern when we were looking at locations downtown was financial. Just it wasn't within our budget to, we also didn't want to rent anymore. We wanted to be owning our own space. And then noise was also one of our big concerns. We are a little bit of a louder business. The music is, we just want to be respectful to people who maybe live upstairs in housing upstairs in the buildings on the main street. And when it comes to the traffic flow, our operational hours are a little bit off the landfill hours. So our traffic would be coming down Industrial Park Road between the hours of sort of after school to early evening, as opposed to those higher traffic areas for the landfill, kind of 9 to 5. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the key is trying to find a building that was suitable is a challenge, and it's still quite accessible for people to be able to drive to and get to. So, and we've waived site plan control on areas in the industrial park before, even for small additions. So this isn't even, this is more to change of use. It's not, you're not even doing a 1,000 square foot addition or something like that off the back. Not yet, anyway. You can. You never know. So I do have a resolution that was included in your package. I'd ask for a mover and a seconder. Deputy Kennedy and, sorry, everybody put up their hands. So Councillor McKechnie. So moved by Deputy Mayor Pat Kennedy and seconded by Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that Council waive site plan control with respect to a concurrent zoning bylaw amendment application that would change the use to the existing structure in into a recreational dance studio on the lands legally known as Part Lot 12, Concession 9, Part 29, Plan 19R-2953 in the geographic township of Dysart et al. And is subject to the following conditions. The applicant is to provide potable drinking water for building. The applicant is to pay the application fee in the amount of $200. The applicant is to implement the technical recommendations of the D4 study. The applicant is to develop the property in accordance with the proposed site plan. And the applicant is to provide water test results to ensure well water is safe for hand washing purposes. All in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Thank you very much, China and staff for that, and good luck with everything this fall.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So I'm just looking at the time. I think we'll go through the rest of planning except the zoning bylaw. So we'll stop when we get to planning item 7, if that's okay, and we will recess for a break there. I'm pretty sure we can get through the rest of planning, if that's okay for staff and council. So we will go to item 2.
Thank you. The second item on the planning agenda is a request for a license of occupation. A group of 5 property owners located on Mink Road who have backlot development on Long Lake would like to enter into a license of occupation agreement with the municipality to permit 4 existing docks to be located on a municipally owned original allowance for road that leads to water. This request is in response to a notice of violation that was issued by the bylaw department for encroachment on municipal property. The owners note that some of the docks have been located on that municipal road allowance dating back as far as 1973. And given that history, they're asking that the municipality request, or that they're requesting permission to allow the docks to remain in that location under section 2F of policy 32, which I have attached to the agenda for you. Staff do have concerns with the request. Staff have concerns with the proposed request, given that Long Lake is currently well beyond the recreational carrying capacity as outlined in the official plan. The calculation for recreational carrying capacity is based on a lot to lake surface area ratio of 1 lot for each 1.6 hectares of lake area. So the recreational carrying capacity for Long Lake is supposed to be 53, and there are currently 160 lots on Long Lake. So it's already 3 times the recreational carrying capacity as outlined in the official plan. If council agrees to entertain a license of occupation, staff would recommend a boating capacity study as outlined in the official plan. I was provided with a letter of concern yesterday. I asked you, Mayor, if you would like me to read out the concerns from that email.
Yes, please, because we don't have that in our package. So if you will.
Okay, thank you. Staff received some concerns from a Miss Betty Bajulis. I apologize if I got that last name incorrect. She would like council to consider the following when requests are made to use Dysart owned lake property and road allowances for docks or swim rafts. First, she notes that most of our lakes are at capacity. Allowing more docks would put the lakes above capacity. Allowing non-waterfront citizens to have lake access would increase lake pollution, shoreline issues, fish and wildlife effects, garbage, fireworks, noise issues, and safety. If docks are being considered, the Lake Association should be advised so that they could advocate for their specific lakes. Docks that have been in place for years are presumed to be legal by residents because they don't know how to identify if a dock is legal or illegal. She notes that all Dysart taxpayers should be advised so that everyone has a fair chance to apply for a license of occupation on our local lakes. She notes that docks should meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw, specifically the side lot line setbacks of 7.5 meters. She notes that allowing 1 or 2 people to have a dock on land, as noted in this application or in this request, limits access to everyone else who might enjoy the use of the lake. Municipal land should be considered public space, like a park, that everyone can fairly access for day use. No docks should be located and no swim mats. It should be a place to have a picnic, swim, launch a kayak, etc., with no overnight parking or storage of personal items. She notes that there are many examples in our county of unauthorized docks. Unfortunately, many go unreported because neighbors do not want to complain about other neighbors, or worse, there's fear for repercussions or threats. Therefore, involving lake associations in these discussions would be beneficial to everyone. And lastly, she notes that it does not seem fair that a waterfront owner pays hundreds of thousands of dollars for a property. They pay waterfront property taxes, and then someone's allowed to use waterfront and build a dock for $500 per year fee, plus the costs associated with the license of occupation application. So staff requests direction from council with regards to this request for permission to have docks located on our municipally owned original allowance for road. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
So I think there'll be quite a few, because this is not the only place where there are people using docks. My concern is that they've been using them since 1973 without a license of occupation. And so, which is worse, we can't change the lake capacity. Those lots were created long ago on Long Lake, when there were probably a lot of 100-foot lots there, which we do not create anymore. So it's sort of hard to penalize for something that was in the past. Anyway, I did see some hands. I believe Councillor Clark was the first and Councillor Smith after. Go ahead.
Yeah, there were some very good points raised in that letter of concern, Jeff. Thank you. I guess my first thought is that it's important for us to support our members of our community to be able to access the lakes, but not necessarily where we need to support them to be able to store boats and stuff. Also, where you've got a situation like this where you've got 4 docks on a 66-foot right of way, how does that support the 7.5 meter setback from each property line? So right off the bat, there's major issues there. Back to your original point that the actual carrying capacity of that lake has by the sound was more than double what it should be. And this is something, I guess, where we have got some discretion or some leeway as the number of properties grow on lakes and the capacity increases. We should be able to have some kind of a say on areas where we can that we're not going to add to what the problems of the issues are. So that being said, I would support that this be kept as a spot where people can access the lake, but not necessarily where we support the aspect of docks or boat storage, or at least maybe a platform of some type or another where people can swim off of or tie a boat up for a couple of hours, but not on an ongoing basis. Again, that's got some implications for the township. If we do or approve something like that, then we're getting into a support thing, which I don't know that we want to. My other question for you, though, Jeff, is the current people who have the back lots do have boats and would probably wish to access the lakes from time to time. Is there an access point, a boat launch somewhere on either Long or Musquaby Lake that can be accessed by these people? Do you know off the top of your head?
Thank you, Larry. There is not a municipally maintained boat launch on Long Lake, but there is on Musquaby Lake, which is attached to Long Lake.
Okay, that's close enough. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Clark, and then Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Larry's raised some of the points that I was going to make. The fact of the matter is that there are public boat launches in the area that these folks could use. This is a problem. It's not unique to this situation. And Jeff, you mentioned that there was apparently a claim that there had been a dock in this area going back to 1973. Was that a single dock as opposed to the 4 or 5 that are in place now?
Thanks, John. It was in their letter that they noted that one of those docks had been in that location since 1973. Staff have not been provided any proof of this. So if council does agree to move forward, that section of policy 32, which they are making this request under, requires some sort of proof for how long those docks have been there. So if we do go forward, that's something we'll follow up on. But we have not been provided any proof as to how long they've been there.
Okay, thank you. So, there may have been only a single dock there going back to 1973, and there could have been an additional, 4 docks since then. And as the letter that you read out has pointed out, which I think was terrific, Larry's comments, I've seen this on other lakes where there's people think, oh, that's public land. I'll camp out there. We've had a situation up on Kinesis where somebody thought it was a public boat launch. I can camp here for a weekend. It's just not an appropriate use of public land. We have, I think, 28 boat launches around Dysart, public boat launches that are maintained by the municipality, open for use by anyone in the community and even for people coming from afar, to allow people to camp out, set up structures. Take possession is effectively what these folks are doing of public land. is to me completely inappropriate. And I think that the appropriate action is for us to ask these people to remove these docks, and make a point of encouraging others where they think this may be happening, lake associations or whatever, to report the matter, so that again our staff can investigate, as happened in this case, issue a violation, and the public can have the land restored for general public use, as opposed to limited to people who have decided to take possession. Is exactly what these folks have done, and that's just completely inappropriate in my mind. Thank you.
I did see another hand, Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Jeff, I'd like some clarification on what the difference is between, this is deeded on, it's right on the transfer land of deed of land, that is included in there, the right of way over lot 1. Is that, which I'm trying to figure out why that's included in a deed, if this is actually just a this is just an open road allowance. So it tells me that there's something different. And then because of that, is that why there's the provisions there to allow docks on this? Is because it's a deeded right of way for those back lots? It's part of policy 32. It's in there. It says, we can do it. I'm just wondering why is this as a deeded right of way? I know when my parents lived on Bayshore, they have a deeded right of way to Head Lake, and there's a dock there. So I'm just trying to figure out what the difference is between just having an open road allowance, as Councillor Smith alludes to, that people will end up using or abusing, whereas this one has actually specific land use rights embedded in the deed. Can you clarify that for me, please?
Sure, thank you, Pat. And just to clarify, so adjacent to the original road allowance for which they're making this request today is a lot that's owned by the municipality, which is lot 1 on Plan 498. So the applicant has provided a deed for one of the applicants requesting use of the road allowance, showing that they do have deeded access across lot 1 for access to the lake. So that deeded access, Pat, is not for the original road allowance. It is for lot 1, which is adjacent to the road allowance. And speaking to deeded access, it can mean many different things. It's usually specified in the deed what that means. But generally it means that it can just be used for access, not for building structures such as docks and decks and storage sheds and stuff like that. It's just for them to be able to access the lake. And it was likely put in place at the time of plan of subdivision to allow those back lots to have a place where they can access the lake. Does that answer your question?
So I think what it is, Jeff, is this is when I saw this file, and see, I thought we could maybe get through planning till 10:30, maybe not, because this is opening a big kettle of fish, and it was only just a couple of years ago that we granted a dock. Now, it may not have been the same councillors here sitting at our virtual table today, but it was certainly the municipality of Dysart granted a new dock facility on Moose Lake for 3 people. So we have to look at maybe some history, some consistency, and I think that it's difficult to make a decision on one application when we have many situations around our township like this. So I'd recommend that maybe we ask for some further information before we make a decision on this today. Like I say, it was just about 2 years ago or so that we granted a brand new facility, not a facility or docks that have been there and we just didn't know about them. So I see Councillor Wood Roberts. Yes.
Do we know the people that made the application for this? How long have they owned their properties?
I do not know that off the top of my head, Nancy, sorry.
I mean, if we could get some information back, like, were the docks existing when they bought the properties? Like, kind of, is there not something about grandfathering things if they're just trying to make it right or make it legal as opposed to just continuing to use them?
Well, the term grandfathering usually is associated with legal non-complying status or something. So these docks have been illegally located on municipal property without permission. So I am not sure that they can get grandfathered status. But that section, sorry, I'm just referring to policy 32 here. That section that they're making this request under notes that it is up to council's consideration. The users will have to clearly demonstrate that the use has existed uninterrupted since prior to July 11th, 1977, which is when our zoning bylaw for the municipality first came into effect. They're supposed to provide comments from adjacent neighbors. So if council does want to move forward and consider this, then staff will begin that process to obtain this information.
Well, most importantly, Jeff, I think this is a bigger kettle of fish than one request and one coming from one complaint. I think if we really need to take the time to understand how many situations like this we probably have across the municipality. Are we ready as a council to undertake that? And we should be consistent with what we do here to what we do across the municipality. So I'm just going to, I think that we should defer this to get further information, but Councillor Clark?
Yeah, just to add into it, for consideration, most lakes have properties that are not suitable for building. And I've seen this in a number of spots where you get a small group will buy the piece of property to put in docks that meet the requirements type of thing and a bit of parking. But because they do not meet requirements for building are often quite inexpensive, and even the ongoing property taxes are there. But those are the types of situations that should be considered, I think, if there's opportunity where people do not need to somehow lay claim to municipal properties, as opposed to structuring something that's should be on an ongoing basis that can be dealt with a small corporation or small group of individuals. Thank you.
Is there support? Oh, Councillor Smith, sorry. Yep.
In response to Nancy's comment there, the letter from one of the owners that raises this issue reports that these owners had all bought their property since the original dock that they claim was installed in 1973 was put in place. And they say here that each purchased their cottages in the following years with the belief that the docks were included in the sale and were permitted as realtors had advised in the marketing of the properties. And each cottage came with a deeded right of access across lot number 1 included in the deed. And Pat's talked about that, and Jeff's responded, yeah, that gives you a right to walk across the lot and jump into the lake. And that's a common phenomenon. But the fact of the matter is that these owners didn't do adequate investigation, and apparently were misled. That's unfortunate for them, but it doesn't resolve the matter that there's public property there that they have taken possession. And I've got no issue with deferring this for a month if there's further information. But there's an important principle here. Our job is to protect, and represent the entire community. And in this case, that property belongs to the entire community. It's not something that's been reserved for the exclusive use of in this case, 5 residents who happen to own backlots. And as the letter points out, they pay taxes related to backlots. Those who have waterfront lots pay an exorbitant amount of taxes because their properties have an assessed value related to that. So, there's lots of concerns here. The fact that councils might have made accommodations in the past is an interesting thing, but we're not bound by a precedent set a few years ago, and so look at summer's nearly over, unfortunately. If this takes a month or 2 to resolve, I'm okay with that, but I can't see any new information or circumstance that could possibly justify this exclusive use of public property by a handful of people.
Okay, one last Deputy Kennedy.
Yeah, just I reinforce what Councillor Smith had just said. We need to look at this as the bigger picture. It also raises then the issue of our roads that are near waterfront with our backlots that have docks across the road that are actually on municipal land. So this is a huge issue. I don't want to rush into anything. I think we need some legal advice on how to proceed, because the long-term implications of what decisions are made with this specific parcel of land may have ramifications throughout the municipality. I can think of a number of instances where docks are on municipal road allowances that falls within the same bailiwick. So I would just like to exercise some caution and some expertise moving forward. Thank you.
Yeah, and that was my point earlier, is that this is not just here, it's everywhere. So, and in fact, perhaps one option can be, so I think the decision is to defer. We need some more information on this, Jeff, and maybe some legal advice. And also, but one thing, at least entering into a license of occupation, of which we can limit it to a year at a time until we resolve this. Currently, with no license of occupation, if anything happens, there's no liability. So we do have instances where we do have docks with the license of occupation at a fee of $500 per year per dock. So that's something to consider. So I think we'll defer, Jeff, if that's, do you know what you're going to bring forward, or do you heard enough of the questions? Yes.
Could council just clarify specifically what information they'd like me to bring back?
Well, I think we'd like, I think for one, how many instances do we have license of occupation across the township? If we open this up, just with a real guess, how many areas do you think where people have docks that is not on municipal land? Is there access somewhere else? Is this inhibiting anyone else to have access to the lake?
And I may be able to answer a couple of those questions right now, if you like.
I think we're not going to pass the resolution right now till we give it some deeper thought.
Okay.
I think that was the consensus, that we will take a pause, because what we do for one, we're going to start doing for all. So
Okay.
maybe a more detailed report. I know you could answer the questions, but just for the sake of time, maybe in a written report, and that way we don't forget anything. So that will be deferred. So
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 3.
The next item is our two bylaws, a road closing
Sorry.
bylaw.
Jeff, I did see
Yes.
Councilor Smith. Was there a further question on the last file?
Well, just if Jeff's going to bring forward a report at an upcoming meeting on this, I guess we need to know how many other situations he thinks may exist like this. Now, obviously, staff won't know of all the situations where docks have been installed because they rely upon complaints, and it's in this one. But maybe you could tell us, Jeff, approximately how many places is there a public road allowance that comes down to a waterfront? Because based on the approach here, basically anybody could go out and install a dock on any of those public road allowances and say, well, I got a backlot someplace and I'd like to have my dock on this particular lake. That's what we're essentially opening ourselves up to. So I'd be interested in approximately how many road allowances intersect lakes across Dysart.
Okay, so that's one further thing. Alrighty. So didn't mean to interrupt you, Jeff, but it was important. I did see Councillor Smith at the end there. Okay, so we'll move on to number 3 then.
Sorry about that. Okay, thank you. So as mentioned, the second item is a road closing bylaw and deeming bylaw. The bylaw 2020-52 is a bylaw to stop up, close and convey the shore road allowance in front of lot 13, concession 4 in the geographic township of Harbour to the lands of Mr. and Mrs. Decima. Bylaw 2020-53 is a bylaw to deem lot 13, 14, and 15 on registered plan 330 in the township of Harbour, with the intention of merging them with the shore road allowances that are being closed. As per council direction, the covered deck in front of lot 14 and the lean-to in front of lot 13 have been removed. Notice and circulation requirements have been completed and there's no concerns identified. Staff recommend approval of both bylaws.
Okay, any questions on this file? A resolution was included in the package, so I need a mover and seconder. Councillor McKechnie, Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw 2020-52, which is a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey a portion of the original show road allowance in front of lot 13, concession 4 in the geographic township of Harbour, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? Okay, any opposed? That's carried. I was aiming for a 10:30 break, so I'm just going to look for consensus whether we take the break now, stop Jeff in his tracks and continue. What would be the preference? You can all unmute and just let me know. Would you like a break now for 15 minutes? Nods? Yes? Okay, so even though we're not finished that section, we'll go back to planning. So just stay paused while we pause the recording, and we will take a 15-minute recess until 10:45. Okay, so we are back on track, back from our little break, and we're back live streaming. And as I look at the resolutions in front of me, there was a second resolution on the last file, and I apologize for that. So I will read the resolution, or the resolutions in our package. I believe they were both in there on the file for Decima. So I need a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Smith, Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw 2020-53, which is a bylaw to deem lot 13, lot 14, and lot 15 registered plan 330 in the township of Harbour not to be within a plan of subdivision for the purpose of section 50-3 of the Planning Act RSO as amended, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. This bylaw is intended to allow lot 13, 14, and 15 registered plan number 330 to merge with the road allowance, which has been closed and conveyed pursuant to bylaw 2020-52. All in favor? Thank you, carried. So that was the second file on that. So now we're on to item 4, purchase of road allowance again.
Yes, thank you. Mr. McCown has made application to purchase the shore road allowance in front of his property on Drag Lake. As you can see by the site plan, there's various structures on his property and on the shore road allowance. The seasonal dwelling was built by permit in 1969, and its location is recognized pursuant to the official plan. There's also a wood shed, a plastic shed, a temporary structure, or 2 temporary structures located on the property. And we have no building permits or assessment records for these structures, and they don't appear to comply with the zoning bylaw. Staff recommend that the shed, the plastic shed, and the temporary structure located on the deck be removed or brought into compliance with the provisions of the zoning bylaw. Staff will advise the owners and the bylaw department of the compliance issues not located on the shore road allowance so that they can be addressed. Staff request direction and approval to process the application.
Okay,
You have
are there
any
any questions? Yep. No questions, it's all on the report, so I'll need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Clark, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council approves for processing an application by McEwen to purchase a portion of the shore road allowance along the shore of Drag Lake in front of her property in part lot 33, concession 7 in the geographic township of Dysart. Pursuant to section 3.2.7 of the official plan, the shed and pump house located on the shore road allowance are to be removed or moved into compliance with the zoning bylaw 2005-120. The temporary fabric structure and temporary structure on the deck be removed or moved into compliance with zoning bylaw 2005-120. These lands are declared surplus. All in favor? Carried. Okay, item 5.
Mr. and Mrs. Darren have made application to purchase the shore road allowance in front of their property on Halliburton Lake. This is to clear title to an existing dwelling for the purpose of submitting a minor variance application. The dwelling, which is located on the shore road allowance, its location is recognized pursuant to section 3.2.7 of the official plan. The shed is not located on the shore road allowance. Staff requests direction to process the application.
Okay, pretty straightforward. Any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask for a mover and seconder. Deputy Kennedy and Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that council approves processing an application by Marco and Allison Darren to purchase a portion of the shore road allowance along the shore of Halliburton Lake to clear title in front of their property in part lot 14, concession 4 in the geographic township of Harbor. These lands are declared surplus. All in favor? And that's carried. Item 6.
This is also a request to purchase a road allowance. It's a bit more unique. Mr. Warrington would like to purchase a portion of the original road allowance adjacent to his 2 properties with the intent of merging his 2 properties for development potential. He would like to know council's position before proceeding with his development options, which require the purchase of the original road allowance. Council has reviewed this matter before. It was reviewed at the council meeting on December 17th in 2019. Council discussed concerns with regards to access to a beaver pond, comments from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, but they did agree that they would entertain an application. As mentioned, this is a unique request as portion of the subject road allowance is actually flooded land. As per section 43 of the Municipal Act, when conveying a flooded portion of a road allowance, we must obtain comments from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. The applicant has provided preliminary comments from the ministry, noting that they don't expect to have any concerns with this conveyance. The applicant has also noted that this conveyance will not jeopardize the access to the beaver pond. There are no structures currently located on the road allowance. Staff requests direction from council for the proposal, which contemplates the purchase of an original road allowance, which is located between lots A and C as shown on the site plan attached. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Sorry, Jeff, I thought you just said there are no structures in it. It says there's a shed and a deck located on the shore road allowance to be removed.
Sorry, I don't see that. There are no structures located on the road allowance. Is that in the...
Different files, Madam Mayor, two different files. I think Jeff's moved ahead one.
Where am I?
I think you're at Russell and Dangle and he's talking about Warrington.
Okay, thank you. So we're...
Oh, sorry, I jumped ahead. That's my fault.
Aha. I'm on item 6, which is Russell and Dangle. That says to remove a shed. I'm trying to pay attention here, Jeff.
Okay,
so well, Russell and Dangle.
Sorry, let me back up. I apologize for that.
Okay. Keep us on our toes.
This item is also a request to purchase a shore road allowance. Mr. and Mrs. Dangle have made application to purchase the shore road allowance in front of their property, which is located on Loon Lake. They're in the process of demolishing and reconstructing their dwelling, which is located on the shore road allowance. Its location is recognized pursuant to the official plan. As you mentioned, Mayor, there is a shed located on the shore road allowance, and staff recommend a condition that that shed be removed or brought into compliance. If you look at the site plan, you'll notice that the existing deck at the shoreline crosses the proposed side lot line as it extends through the shore road allowance. Staff have concerns that conveyance of the road allowance as presently proposed may create future encroachment issues. So staff recommend a condition that the deck be removed or brought into compliance, or that the applicants work with the neighboring property owners to adjust that lot line to encompass that deck.
Okay, so now we're on the same file. Also, the frame shed that's attached to the deck, that has zero clearance if that's the lot line. So you talk about the deck and the wood walkway, but the frame shed that's got the little hashes marks on blue, would that be in compliance as well?
Well, staff recommend that that shed be removed or brought into compliance.
You
It
say
will have
shed,
to be,
okay.
it will have to be moved to meet that 30-meter water setback.
So it's shed second, okay.
The deck, yeah, that proposed lot line as it projects through the road allowance, staff recommend a condition that the deck be brought into compliance. If they move that lot line, that would achieve that, or if they move the deck, that would achieve that. So that's why the condition is worded that way.
Right, okay, they have a choice. Any other questions? Okay, so I'll take a mover and seconder on this. Councillor Clark. Seconder. Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council approves for processing an application by Mr. and Mrs. Russell and Mrs. Dangle to purchase a portion of the shore road allowance along the shore of Loon Lake in front of their property in Part Lot 7, Concession 1 in the geographic township of Dudley, pursuant to section 3.2.7 of the official plan. The shed and the deck located on the shore road allowance is to be removed or brought into compliance with zoning bylaw 2005-120. These lands are declared surplus. All in favor? Carried. Okay, now we'll get to the other file that you were talking about that had me very confused. Warrington.
Now on to Warrington. Thank you. And I will go through everything again. Mr. Warrington would like to purchase a portion of the road allowance, which bisects two of his properties that he would like to develop. So he wants to know council's position before proceeding with his development options, which require the purchase of that subject road allowance. As mentioned, council has seen this before in December of 2019. Council had concerns with regards to comments from the Ministry of Natural Resources, as well as access to a beaver pond. So this is a bit of a unique request as part of that original road allowance is flooded lands. The municipality does not typically convey flooded lands. However, section 43 of the Municipal Act does say if we do want to convey a flooded portion of a road allowance, that we have to obtain comments from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. The applicant has been in discussion with the MNRF and has provided some preliminary comments from them. Staff will recommend a condition that they provide final comments from the MNR. The applicant also notes that the access to that beaver pond is not jeopardized by the conveyance of this road allowance. There are no structures on this road allowance, and staff request direction from council to process this application.
Okay, so this was a little more complicated, and any questions on this? I don't see any. Okay, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Jeff, there was in the stack of photographs that came with this, there was a canoe lying on the ground because sort of appeared to be on a bit of a pathway or gravelway area leading down to water. Is that the road allowance that somebody has used to access the beaver pond, or Do you know what that photograph is?
That photograph is showing the edge of the road allowance for Trappers Trail Road and where it abuts the beaver pond. So this is not the subject road allowance that the applicants are requesting to purchase, but let me just go back to the key map here. So if you're looking at the key map associated with this file, and then you follow Trappers Trail Road right to the end, even where it's private, you follow it right to the end, you'll see a road allowance there. That is the road allowance that the canoe is showing where it abuts that the beaver pond. Unfortunately, you can't see the southern portion of the beaver pond because it is located under the red portion of the subject lands on the key map.
Okay.
So just another question or two. Has anybody from staff been out to this site, or has anybody from council been out to this site to kind of actually see it firsthand? And also, has there been any contact with the Musquaby area property owners in terms of their use of this area, or any concerns they may have with respect to this?
To answer your questions, good questions, John. Staff have not been in contact with MACA with regards to any potential concerns they might have. And staff have not visited the site for the purpose of photographs, given the use of the aerial imagery that we have and the photographs provided.
Okay.
So Andrea, would it be appropriate to seek some input from the property owners association in this area before we reach any conclusion on this matter and signal to this owner? Because it sounds like this owner is interested in some development or what have you. I don't know, but they're looking for a signal here before they presumably invest some money. And I'm not personally familiar with the area. I haven't walked it. But there is quite an active property association in that area that, there may or may not be, activity going on here. And, personally, I'd like to have that insight before we signal to this owner whether we're agreeable or not.
I think if there was any development or change of zoning, they would get circulated, but I don't necessarily see the purpose of them getting circulated or not circulated, but having input on this. They would definitely have input if the owner, if we do close and convey this to him, then in any zoning application, there'd be an opportunity to speak to any development or any change of use on that property. That's my feeling. I have no issue with declaring these lands surplus at this point. But I definitely know that the lake would have input if there was development there. Opportunity for input, I should say. Any further comment on that, or do we have a Councillor Clark? Councillor Clark?
Yeah, a quick question for Jeff. The zoning on this property, Jeff, is it limited?
The zoning on this property, and there are a couple properties subject here, but they are in the limited services zone.
Okay.
The one abutting Trappers Trail Road is zoned rural type 1 with limited services as well as environmental protection. The large lot shown as Block A on the site plan provided is zoned rural type 1 with limited services.
Okay, the reason I'm suggesting is it's right at the very end of Trappers Trail. It's a long way out there by road, and so I can't really see where it impacts the main part of the Musquaby Area Cottage Association territory there. But it is up off north of Musquaby, but I can't see it as being anything that's going to directly impact majority of the property owners down there. Thank you.
Okay, so for that reason, I'll ask for a mover and seconder on this. Councillor Clark, seconder. Councillor or Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that council approves for processing an application by Donald Kirby Warrington and Donald Kirby Warrington trustee to purchase a portion of the original allowance for road between concessions 3 and 4 in lots 14 and 15 in the geographic township of Dudley. Pursuant to section 43 of the Municipal Act, the applicants are to provide comments from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. These lands are declared surplus. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Okay, so this might take a little bit more time, Jeff. So we'll go through some comments from our public meeting on the August 14th.
Yes, everybody's favorite item, but it is moving along quite well. So this is just an update with regards to the status of the ongoing general review of our zoning bylaw. We held a public open house last Friday, August 14th. It was well attended. 9 members of the public pre-registered and submitted comments, and the YouTube video or live stream was viewed 39 times. There's a couple of changes to note with regards to the status of the project. The public meeting has now been moved to September 25th, 2020 from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. This will also push back the date for council to review and consider the final zoning bylaw to November 25th, 2020, as opposed to the October council meeting. Attached to the agenda is an updated table which shows 15 new proposed amendments for council. These changes were outlined at the open house. 13 of the proposed amendments relate to provisions for patios to be treated the same as decks. One of the changes was to add provisions for rafts to clarify that they are constructed platforms and not to be misinterpreted as inflatable toys or swim rafts or other similar toys. And lastly, backyard hens is proposed to be removed from the rural residential zone because hobby farms are currently permitted in that zone, and they are not limited to the proposed provisions for hens, which would limit them to 4 hens. So would you like me to go through each of those, or we did it at the open house? They're in the agenda. I'm happy to do so if you like.
I think probably what we'll do is just discuss some of the comments that we received through from the public on those items. This is our opportunity to keep things in and take things out or tweak things. So if you go through the comments that we heard that day on the 14th, I think that might be, and you have that in a chart, which I'm quickly trying to find. Anyway.
I will do it, and I will go through it as quickly as I can for you. Is everybody ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we did receive some comments from Christine Legg. Ms. Legg has concerns with regards to how lot frontage is measured for standard waterfront lots and through waterfront lots, and with illustration number 2, which provides graphical examples of how lot frontage is measured. She is of the opinion that lot frontage should be measured in a straight line. Ms. Legg also had concerns with our definition of water setback, we have a current definition of minimum water setback. She proposes that we have a definition for water setback. She also has concerns with our definition of water body and recommends that we implement a definition for water course. So I'm just going to kind of outline some options for council with regards to lot frontage. Both are viable options. A straight line is how we historically measured lot frontage, and it is consistent with surrounding municipalities. So I do seek council direction on how they wish to proceed with how we measure lot frontage.
Okay, Councillor Smith.
Yep, thanks. Jeff, as you point out, surrounding municipalities who use the straight line method, and it's intriguing to me probably intriguing to many people, why there wouldn't be sort of some kind of standardized definition in this regard, whether it's lot frontage or water setback. If you think of, we've got a number of bylaws that we've delegated to a county level related to shoreline protection, tree cutting bylaw, and so forth. And one would reasonably think that, gee, we should probably have the same definition of water setback as we apply that bylaw, and the same thing with frontage. In industry, each business generally doesn't define terms; they're industry standard terms. Obviously, in this case, the province hasn't defined the terms, but for us to be, at a step, if you like, in terms of definition for common concepts like this relative to neighboring municipalities is puzzling. And so, if you're seeking direction, I'd like to think we're going to talk later today again about fireworks bylaw. There's some who are anxious to have us apply the same concepts there as our neighboring municipalities. I don't know why zoning would be any different than that. Thank you.
So you would support the straight line change to?
Yeah, I exactly. As
Okay.
Jeff has correctly pointed out, I mean, it's, and he's asked for some direction. To me, trying to develop commonality with our neighboring municipalities with regard to something like this makes a lot of sense.
Okay. Any other comments on that? I've talked to Jeff about this one, and in this case, there is no right or wrong, but it would be, I think, maybe one that I would support as well, to making that change. Councillor Clark?
We need to standardize this somewhat, and particularly if we do what's happening with the other townships. I spent about 6 years on committee of adjustment, and there's no two properties in this county the same. So it can get very, very confusing, and to try come up with something that alludes to, a drainage creek and one being part of the waterfront or the other types of situations you run into, it gets very confusing. So if a straight line method will standardize somewhat how we look at these, and not provide, I guess, a situation where you've got a bit of a rounded front and expressed as a bigger waterfront than that's actually there is probably the way to go. So straight line method sounds good, Jeff.
Jeff, how does that change when people are purchasing the shore road allowance?
The purchase price for the shore road allowance isn't based on frontage. It's actually based on the linear
Also, straight line measurement.
The linear measurement of the shoreline. So it's not based on lot frontage. So they are separate.
They're separate, but in a way, then that's consistent with that. So I think I see some consensus for that change. In terms of her other comments, definitions about water body and water course, I don't see the benefit of that myself. I'm making the changes, but I look to other councillors to see what if they have any comments on that. No, I think our current bylaws good. Okay, so then the next comments were from Stephen Wolf.
Okay, yeah, moving on, we received some comments from Mr. Wolf, who has concerns about industrial sized firewood operations located in the rural type 1 zone, abutting residential properties. Staff feel, as mentioned at the open house, staff feel that the rural type 1 zone is an appropriate zone for this type of use. However, mitigation measures to reduce impact of noise, trucks, or dust can be accomplished. Staff recommend that this may be done by site plan control as opposed to a long list of zoning definitions and provisions. But I do seek council direction on how to proceed with that. And sorry, if I could back up just a bit, yeah. We would need to define it in the bylaw as what, if council agrees, as to the commercial versus the residential firewood splitting operations. But that definition could be, could include that it is subject to site plan control, which would give council the opportunity to implement certain mitigation measures as vegetation buffers, distances from neighboring property owners and stuff like that.
Okay, any question, Councillor Clark first and Councillor Smith second.
Yeah, yeah. By the sounds of what you're describing, the shoreline bylaws and buffering will address a lot of those pieces. We don't need to, I think, be specific on that. As you've alluded to here, you have sought consultation on what a commercial sawmilling operation is, and based on what we're seeing here, that we're comfortable with that definition and just keeping with that.
Councillor Smith next.
Well, to me, there is a question of definition and appropriateness. We have throughout our community, a lot of people who depend upon firewood to heat their home, and they have access to trees or logs, and they cut them up and split them for their personal use. And and that's something they spend a few hours every year doing, and it's a good way of getting things done, providing the home heating they need. But we also have some operations that are frankly small businesses where there's wood cutting. Well, there's trucks that bring logs in from afar, from elsewhere, maybe in our community or other communities. They truck them in, they cut them, they split them, and then they truck away the firewood. And I have trouble distinguishing that business from the kind of sawmill that Halliburton Forest operates on Canisius Lake Road. It's a place that employs a bunch of people and does good work, but it's zoned industrial. And to have the former example, small businesses that they're cutting wood 5 days a week, hour after hour, with big trucks coming into a residential area, constant noise. To me, that's just inappropriate. And so the fact that we allow these things to take place right beside, I mean, we're in some cases, I would say I'd measure the distance between this operation and approved residences is a few dozen meters, and that is just diminishing the value of people's property, certainly diminishing their enjoyment of the property, and I don't think that that's an appropriate use, and so the request that Mr. Wolf made, whether we do exactly as he asked or whether we create some other approach, demand some buffer. Okay, you can locate this sort of business, but it can't just be a few meters from other residents. It needs to be located. Jeff mentioned vegetation buffers and so forth. Those things would make sense, but right now it's sort of the Wild West. It seems like anything goes, and I don't think that's appropriate.
Okay, so and I see you, Councillor Clark. I'm just going to say, but RU1 does also permit forestry and farming and wayside pits and quarries, all which could be like I don't want to penalize one thing over another, because farming, you could have a tractor hoeing the field right beside your property. You could have some digging in your pit and making noise as well. So to me, it seems very similar to what those other uses are. So anyway, Councillor Clark, I did see your hand.
Yeah, I'm concerned that we don't restrict the access for the RU1s. Most of the farmers in this county count on firewood, splitting and delivering firewood as part of their income. That's how they put food on their table. You can't, or the lands here don't allow for agribusiness where they can make a decent living just out plowing a couple of fields, or our soils aren't such that it'll support that. So we got to be very careful that we don't bite the hand that feeds us in this county. If somebody's going to buy a property or put up a on a lake that's backing onto a farm, I would bet dollars to donuts that the farm was there before the guy built the house, and therefore they should have the farm should have the precedent here, should have the leeway to do what they need to do.
Okay, so I did see Chris, and then Walt, Councillor McKechnie, and then Deputy Mayor Kennedy. So Chris, you can take it away.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of piggyback on to the Jeff's point with site plan control as well, that's a good opportunity where you could put those mitigations in as the aggregate resource. They have to go through the Aggregate Resource Act, which they have to be bounded by site plans and so forth. So maybe that's an opportunity where we look at these things on a case-by-case basis, that they have to go through site plan control, which then puts in maybe some of those mitigations, which could be trucking maybe at certain times or those type of things. But it allows for that use, but then also gives that mitigation if it's up against residential neighbors and so forth.
Okay, so that's one option. Councillor McKechnie? Unmute.
Yes, I think that the statement's been made that there's constant trucks going in and out of there, large trucks. I don't believe that's true at all. It happens a few times a year. And I don't, like you just said, a farm, a tractor could run all day long. I think what could happen, maybe if the trucks are coming really early in the morning, maybe they could change that so it's a reasonable time. But the statement that there's trucks going in and out of there, huge trucks, I drive by there quite often, and I don't think I've seen the big trucks in there yet. So I'm sure they're there, but not to the state that somebody's trying to say.
And keep in mind, we're not trying to talk about one particular piece of property in a comprehensive zoning bylaw. It's for any RU1 property throughout our township. So just, it's not one. Council, Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Yeah, just a couple of things. Staff, have they received any other complaints about this operation other than from this one person? From other neighbors?
I would defer that to bylaw as
Okay.
they typically receive the complaints, but I've been involved in this this area, the issues in this area, and I don't recall any other complaints from
And I also like the idea of site plan controls might be a good option to mitigate between basically a neighbor dispute here. That might be a good tool to have in the toolbox, whether it be hours of delivery, that type of thing. The vegetation, I think there's some room here to try and accommodate this, but I don't want to get into zoning changes with RU1 myself either. We're very limited. We don't have a lot of industrial land here for these small businesses and whether they could actually afford to move. So I think if we could do something with site plan controls that aren't too onerous, but maybe accomplish the end result is maybe for both parties might be advantageous. Thank you.
Thank you. How I don't, if a person was already existing and doing something, a farmer. So let's not talk about this property. There's a person who has RU1 in Dysart and they're doing some farming and there's tractors running. Do they all of a sudden now have to apply for site plan control on their RU1 property? Like, how are we going to even implement that? We do have other bylaws. We have noise bylaw. So I'm wondering if this couldn't be concerns on one particular property be covered by that. I'm hesitant to do anything. When you talk about site plan control, that means then that someone's applying for a site plan for an operation. If they already have an existing RU1 property, why would they apply for a site plan? Yeah, Chris?
Some site plan controls, like we have the site plan control bylaw, and some of those will be if the usability is increased or more impactful, creating more noise, traffic, those type of things, or even size. So if you're constructing a building or anything like that on the premises that's going to be larger than a certain amount, then that's where you would trigger into a site plan control.
Well, that makes sense. So really for the purpose of today, which is a comprehensive zoning bylaw and comments, I would suggest then there's no support to change the zoning bylaw on what we currently have, and that we would look at a different method that doesn't have to do with Yes, Jeff?
Well, I think the method to do that would be to implement a definition for firewood processing operations. And then that definition would be what subjects them to site plan control.
Okay. So can you add that in then?
If that's the direction, certainly.
I believe it is. Councillor Wood Roberts?
Well, would that just be moving forward from anything new or any new zoning, or is that going to somehow affect those that are already established?
And that's a very good question, because when this definition gets put in place and the provisions, anything that it was established legally prior to that will have legal non-complying status as per the bylaw. It's been mentioned a couple times with regards to this specific property that we have obtained an opinion that said it was legal. So it would at least prevent any going forward, or I mean, subject any going forward to site plan control. But yes, I think anything prior to that would have legal non-complying status.
Yes.
Councillor Smith?
Well, Mr. Wolf may have complained about an individual property. But the fact of the matter is that the one he's complained about is not the only one in our community. One, frankly, that I think is a bigger issue is on Green Lake Road, and so don't look at this as just a single property. There's a concept here where, as I said, different than people cutting down trees on their property for their own use and so forth. There are multiple properties in our community where people haul in logs. They're big businesses that employ people, and by virtually any definition qualify as industry. Not a farmer making a few dollars to supplement the meager crops he can grow. It's a business. It provides employment to multiple people and doesn't belong in a residential area. Literally a few meters from other residents.
So we're going to spend an awful lot of time on this. We do have lots on our agenda. So I'm trying to get direction from you, Jeff, as to how you think we should proceed. Keep in mind that we don't do a comprehensive zoning bylaw for an individual complaint. We do it for all the properties across our township. So, and it actually wouldn't, any change we make now, anything would still be permitted because it would be prior to the change. So we're in a little bit of a slippery slope and spending a lot of time because we've had this one complaint where we have legal opinion that the operations are considered not forest mill products and are permitted in our RU1 zone. So what do you propose we do, Jeff?
Well, the purpose of today's meeting is just to bring forward to council the public comments that were received at the open house and seek direction. So,
yeah.
So if council would like to direct staff to investigate this matter further, we can. I'll admit I have had a quick peek at some other provisions and some other bylaws, and that is how they've done it in other areas where they've implemented a definition for a firewood splitting operation or a firewood processing operation, which specifically mentions when firewood is being processed using a processor only. So not necessarily a chainsaw and an axe or a wood splitter, but more of a processor. And then that definition subjects them to site plan control. But what I can do is I can go back to the drawing board and come forward to the council meeting in September with some options or with a proposed provision for council, and then you guys can make a decision.
I think that's a good idea moving forward. And we can discuss then. Okay, so we can move on to the next comment.
Okay, so Harvest Halliburton, specifically Angel Taylor, did a presentation outlining how backyard hens contribute to improvements in food security, social well-being, health benefits, and the environment. She suggested that good animal husbandry be added to the provisions for backyard hens. Staff seek council direction with regards to the specific proposed provisions for backyard hens and whether good animal husbandry should be added. It was a great.
Any comments? No? I think we, certainly the day of the meeting, we seem to want something like that in there, so that, you know, I believe she already pointed out that there was some other, or you did, that there was some other, I don't know how the wording for it.
There is some verbiage in there already that
I
kind of
think it's
notes
just a little
the
bit
same thing.
stronger, so.
I will note, since the open house, Angel has provided a couple documents for staff review. As she mentioned during the open house, she provided a table showing different provisions for urban agriculture and backyard hens, as well as some terms related to animal husbandry. So staff can review those, and we can also bring something back if need be for the September council meeting.
I think there was a desire to include something, and I saw Councillor Smith comment.
Well, I just wondered if the zoning bylaw is the right place to address the concept of good animal husbandry. Seems to me there is legislation, there are laws in Ontario that if you're going to have animals, you need to care for them appropriately, and oftentimes there are people charged with failing to do that. It's not through a zoning bylaw; it's through other legislation, and so why wouldn't that other legislation work for chickens just as it works for cattle, horses, dogs, cats, and so forth?
Good point. Doesn't necessarily need to, we may think it, but it doesn't necessarily need to be worded in the zoning bylaw. That's probably a good point. We don't say that about dogs or cats, and we expect people to look after their pets. Jeff?
And it's a great point, John. And one thing he triggered something in my mind, and one thing I want council to be aware of when they're making all of these decisions and giving staff direction for all of these provisions is anything that we put in our zoning bylaw is something that our bylaw enforcement department will have to enforce. So if we do put in stuff about good animal husbandry, then our bylaw enforcement department will have to enforce good animal husbandry. So it's just something to keep in mind when you're reviewing the proposed provisions today.
So I think then we don't include anything like that because it's not really appropriate for the zoning bylaw. It's just about permitted uses, not how we treat our chickens. So there was any other further comments on there was some on the site on the back lot, the setbacks, and I tend to think that what we had put in there was accurate, and that if somebody can't meet that there's a process for that, which is minor variance. I know there was one person because of the nature of her lot, but I don't know if there's anyone else that wants to comment. I'd prefer to keep in what we have. Yes, I see nods. Okay, so we'll move on from that then.
Okay, so, and I think you were referring to comments by Ms. Darlene Moir.
Yes.
So we'll move on from that to comments received from Mr. Peter DeYulio from Metropolitan Planning, who is representing Carl and Catherine Gonson. He came forward with noted concerns about the following: the definition of attached, the definition for home industry, definition of private cabin, definition of raft, the provisions for structures permitted in minimum setback areas, the provisions for non-complying structures and lots, extractive industrial zones where the license has expired, minimum lot area and frontage requirements for the rural zone. And he did note that he would like more time to review. I should mention for council that Mr. Gonson has contacted me since the open house and would like to arrange a meeting to discuss their concerns. So I can update council on their concerns once we've had that meeting. But as per the open house, I did outline why we have a definition for attached. I think I addressed their concerns with regards to home industries, private cabins and patios, yes, specifically because their property is zoned tourist commercial and it doesn't apply to that. And I have been in contact with the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry to ensure that our extractive industrial zones are consistent with their active licenses. So I do seek direction from council how they want to proceed with any of these concerns. Do you have any direction or comments?
Anyone? Sorry, Councillor Clark, I think I see your hand.
Yeah. Most of the stuff he's got there, Jeff, I think it'd be nice to see a clear definition. So I think there's some merit to what he's bringing forward.
Okay.
And I think a lot of that you've already addressed. I think in many cases, I don't think there's a whole bunch of outstanding items, but the clearer we can make the definitions, the better.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay. And so we'll move on to the next comments, which are from Murray Ferry regarding increase on dwelling size as the one thing.
Correct. Mr. Ferry would like to see council to consider a new waterfront residential zone that would allow for larger main buildings and secondary dwellings on large waterfront lots. He also had requested some clarification with regards to the size of yurts and whether council wanted larger yurts being permitted, as well as being permitted as a principal residential use on a lot. Mr. Ferry had concerns about backyard hens attracting predatory animals. And lastly, due to the shortage of housing and supply, he recommended that the municipality look into options for tiny homes. So at the meeting, or at the official plan, the open house, I did outline the official plan policies as they currently regulate secondary dwellings. They are permitted in certain zones, but not the waterfront. Therefore, staff are of the opinion to permit secondary dwellings in the waterfront. An official plan amendment would be necessary. I did outline the current provisions for dwelling unit area. And someone had asked me, currently the minimum dwelling unit area in the waterfront zones are from 600 square feet to 800 square feet. In the rural residential zone, it's 800 square feet. And in the rural zones, it's also 800 square feet. So staff request direction from council basically on all those items raised by Mr. Ferry, secondary dwellings, dwelling unit area, yurts, and tiny homes.
Councillor Clark.
I think most of what's being addressed or can be addressed through the Committee of Adjustment. And that enables us to do that is to look at some issues on a case-by-case basis, so it doesn't become over and above what our normal bylaws allow for. So I would recommend that we don't make changes based on some of this. We leave it to our Committee of Adjustment to address these one-offs.
Okay. And Councillor Smith.
Yeah, Jeff, if someone wanted to put a building up of greater than 4,000 square feet on a waterfront lot, on a very large waterfront lot, would the Committee of Adjustment be able to approve that under our current zoning provisions?
So what the Committee of Adjustment does is receive requests where there's proposals that don't comply with the zoning bylaws. So yes, they would view any minor variance application submitted based on the 4 tests as outlined for a minor variance and ensure that it meets all 4 of those tests before they could grant an application.
So would a construction of say a 6,000 square foot residence, would that be considered a minor variance?
And the minor is not a numerical value. So what they would do is take into consideration, again, the size of the lot, whether it's well treed, septic capacity, neighbor complaints, comments from lake associations and anybody else. So they would take into consideration all the facts about the property and then make that decision based on the 4 test and also based on land use planning matters.
All right, thank you. And what about the construction of a second building? So again, if somebody had bought, 20-acre lot, for example, on waterfront, and said, okay, I've got my primary residence here. I'd like to put up a secondary one to accommodate children who come up, every second weekend or whatever.
The bylaw currently permits private cabins for overflow sleeping, but it does not permit secondary dwellings in the waterfront. So that would not be something that the Committee of Adjustment could make a decision on. To me, that would be a zoning bylaw amendment and perhaps an official plan amendment as well. As mentioned at the open house, the lake capacity models for lake trout lakes. So the M&R defines the lake trout lakes, the MOE determines the lake capacity models and based on one dwelling per lot. So if council were to consider making some sort of change with regards to the number of dwellings in the waterfront zones, staff would recommend that we obtain comments from both those ministries just to see the impacts on the lakes. Lake impact assessment, site evaluation reports, that kind of thing.
Yeah, all right. Thanks.
Okay, so it doesn't, from Councillor Clark's earlier comments about most of these things could be dealt with through other processes, such as minor variances. And again, this is, I was curious, but I didn't hear from our building department as to, like, are we getting requests all the time to change the size of the structure or to have secondary dwellings on larger properties? So at this point, I don't think we're wanting to make any change. We'll let an applicant deal with it through other channels if that's their desire.
Okay. Did council want to comment on Mr. Ferry's concerns with regards to yurt size and yurts being permitted as principal residential uses and on tiny homes?
Any comments? I go back to, I think I did ask and you said the minimum size for a home on non-waterfront is 800 square feet. Correct?
Correct. And in most waterfront zones, the minimum requirement is 600 square feet.
So, while that's not under probably whatever definition of tiny, it's still awfully small if someone is constructing a new home and only building it to be 800 square feet. And what we really have to watch is those properties still have to be serviced by their own services, which is septic, and water. So you still have to have a certain size lot. And I don't think, looking at our building permits, that anyone, whether it be waterfront, non-waterfront, anywhere, is building house less than 800 square feet. Where that fits ideally is multi-residential, which we do have, and would encourage, like in the multi-residential where it's unserviced, is to have small condos, small apartments. Makes sense, but I don't see the desire for tiny homes. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, again, it gets too complex if we try to define everything on these. If a committee of adjustments there for a reason, and
yes,
their role is to take a look at these one-offs and to determine the merits or the non-merits of what's being proposed, and let them do their job. I don't think we have to try and define everything for them.
Good point. Okay, and was there anything else? Sorry, Jeff, if you the backyard hens, what was the concern that you had there?
I believe Councillor Donaldson has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Councillor Donaldson. Sorry.
That's all right. I just had a quick question about the tiny homes. I don't know if Jeff, if you get anything in, but most people know that there aren't tiny homes allowed in Dysart, so you may not get that. Or is it something that comes to you and you just say that it's not allowed?
Thank you. I do receive the odd request regarding our provisions for tiny homes. I do outline that they're currently not permitted. While doing so, I do outline what the minimum requirement for square footage is in each zone. And I do tell them that it is a greater discussion for council. So that's the current provisions. If this is something that council wants to make a decision on and permit tiny homes going forward, then they should bring that forward to council for council discussion and council direction.
I get a feel that it would be beneficial if that was changed up because we would have a lot more. So why is it that 800 square feet or 600 square feet is the minimum amount? Why was that put in place in the first place? Like, why can't they build a 400 square foot?
That's a good question. Those council put those provisions in place long before I was here. I think council wants a certain standard of residential development in their waterfront. Outside of the waterfront, it's a good question, and I don't have an answer to that today.
I see Councillor Wood Roberts comment.
Being involved with the Aging Well, I think there is actually a really significant amount of interest in the tiny home concept. So I just wonder, is there something that staff can do to investigate that and just set up some sort of guideline? And if someone came with a proposal who owned 5 acres and wanted to put X number of tiny homes on it connected to sewers, you know, would there be a lot of official plan amendments or zoning, or like what would that involve for someone who's wanting to do that?
So I would think a proposal coming forward like that, 5 acres and building more than one property on that would end up then being like a condo, whether you want to call that, or there's other shared ownership type of situations. And it would be a site specific thing. And if it was on serviced land, meaning with the sewer, then that's, you know, that's different. But I see Jeff wants to comment on that. And then Walt after.
Yes,
Jeff.
thank you. And Nancy and Andrew, you are both correct. Our official plan currently has a definition for lifestyle development, which is a form of residential development that can consist of 2 or more lots or 2 or more units as defined in the Condominium Act. They are to be provided with full municipal sewage services, to be a self-contained community providing alternative residential opportunities, and including recreational and possibly commercial facilities primarily for the use of its residents, and is usually marketed to a retirement or other specific age group. So that might be an option for people to come forward with a provision. I think the biggest hurdle for that is the sewage services, is there's not too many lots available for that on sewer, but it is an option that is available.
And Councillor McKechnie had his hand up next.
Yeah, do you mind if I comment again on the size of the homes, like 4,000 square feet?
Sure.
To me, you know, it is 2020, years and 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, when they created these subdivisions on the lakes. The lots were 100 feet, 200 feet lots, you know, foot lots. Today, they're 400, 600, 800 feet. I mean, somebody can put a 4,000 square foot home on a 100-foot lot or a 200-foot lot. I just don't understand why we aren't moving forward. You know, these people have money, they want to spend it. The guy wants to spend it, build a 6,000 or 8,000 square foot home on these larger lots. I think we should be looking forward to accommodating that.
Okay, and keep in mind that's just on one floor. So we did talk at our public planning meeting, a lot of places, particularly on the lake, do you take into account the slope of the land, and they'll either have a walkout basement, which has living space, and that doesn't even get counted, and they can have lofts and that sort of thing, and that doesn't get counted, and it doesn't include the garage storage area, utility rooms, or decks. So you can probably end up with still a very, very large place. And back to Councillor Clark's comment is that it is available to apply for minor variance depending on the lot. I think Councillor Smith, did you have your hand up on something?
I just had one more comment.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. Okay, Councillor McKechnie still has the floor.
In regard to the yurts, I'll make it short and sweet. I'm not agreeable to having those larger yurts on properties. If they want to build a bunkie or something like that, they should go to a building department and build something that's a lot more safe for everybody. Whether eventually some people are going to rent them out, and I just don't think it's safe. The size of those yurts, build a proper building, like most people have had to do.
Okay. So point taken. And then I'm not sure, I'm sorry, Councillor Smith, did you have your hand up? I know Councillor Clark did. Did you? No, okay, Councillor Clark, you have the floor.
Yeah, a very quick point. Trent University is getting very active in looking at tiny homes and affordable homes. So what I'll do is I'll do a connection with the profs that are down there working on that to Jeff. So they might be able to provide him some food for thought, just for consideration, just to make sure that we're looking at all the issues on this.
Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor McKechnie made a point about increasing the size of the main floor area. Was there anyone that wanted to go back to that point or leave it as is and to let the minor variance proposal or minor variance tool, sorry, be used? Councillor Smith?
Well, I wouldn't have a concern if we established an ability to build a larger residence on a property that was appropriately sized for that. So to Walt's point, if you've got 100 feet or 150 feet of frontage, probably shouldn't be building a 6,000 square foot cottage. But if you've got 1,000 feet of frontage on 6 acres or 8 acres, why should we discourage that? It sends a signal if you have to go to the committee of adjustment to get approval to build a 5,000 square foot home on an 8-acre lot with 600 feet of frontage or whatever it is. So obviously there's not a lot of lots that would qualify for that, but there would be some. And some of the new developments up on Percy Lake, for example, would fall into that category.
So maybe sort of keep that one open, but we need, I would say, maybe some more information on, I'd like to know what our neighboring municipalities do. They might measure the square footage differently. And I still was curious as to how many requests we had through the building department. If it was one a year, then maybe we leave it. If it's 4 or 5, then maybe it's a trend that is taking place on those bigger lots. So maybe we could look into that. Councillor Donaldson?
I think that's the same thing on the other end with the tiny homes. I feel like it should be an option, as we've already had the places for people speaking, and there isn't obviously a big need for it. And if it was illegal for the tiny homes to be in Dysart, I feel like we would even have more building permits for them, and it should be an option available, and we're supporting the places for people.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think they were building a multi-unit place, which isn't the same thing.
No, but it's just that it's obviously a public knowledge that there's a shortage of housing.
It's funny, and here we are talking about, the two ends of the spectrum, right? Somebody wanting to build a 5,000 square foot home on one level, and somebody wanting to build a smaller home. So I think we haven't fully come to that decision. Just looking to see if there's anyone else that wants to comment on that. Councillor McKechnie, and then
Yeah, just quickly, I just think that again, we should get our eyes opened up that tiny homes are coming and bigger homes are coming, and let's get prepared in our planning department or whatever changes we have to make, because it's going to happen. We're going to have these requests.
Okay. Councillor Smith?
I echo Walt's comment exactly. Why wouldn't we be prepared for that? Why wouldn't we signal that we're prepared to accommodate the variety of needs that people have, whether it's at the high end or the low end?
Okay, so Jeff, do you know what you need to do, or what you're being asked to do?
I think, yes, thank you. I think I do have a basis, and I can come back with some answers at the next council meeting.
Okay.
With regards to tiny homes, it might be as simple as reducing the minimum dwelling unit area requirement in specific zones, and I'll ask council what zones they want that to be. With regards to larger units, it might be as simple as increasing that maximum dwelling unit area per any story in specific zones. And again, I'll ask council for what zones they would like that to happen. I can look at neighboring municipalities and see what they do currently and look at implications on the official plan.
Okay. All right, so then moving along.
There are two more comments that we received. Anna Tillman from the Percy Lake Ratepayers Association had concerns with regards to private cabins being used as rentals and the septic systems not being of sufficient capacity. She had questions about the water setback and how it was measured. Staff did note that private cabins require building permits and septic permits, and that water setbacks are the least permitted distance between the high water mark and the closest part of any structure measured on a horizontal plane. Does council have any comments with regards to Ms. Tillman's comments?
Councillor Smith?
Just I'd emphasize that private cabins are not available for rent. And if anybody is aware that they're being rented, they ought to report that as a violation of our bylaws, and you know, the bylaw officer will presumably deal with it because that's an illegal use. Simple as that.
As a separate entity, if someone is renting their cottage and the cottage comes with a bunkie and they say it's a 3-bedroom cottage plus bunkie, they're renting the property for the week. That's not the same thing as renting a cabin as a separate dwelling. Okay. Absolutely.
Just to clarify, the proposed definition for private cabin does say it should not be used for to provide monetary gain. So anybody who is using it for rental opportunity is doing so in contravention of the bylaw. Lastly, we received a comment from Miss Laura Payne, who questioned why yurts were not permitted in the waterfront zone. I did note that the proposal was for yurts to be in the rural residential zone and the rural zones. And staff request direction from council with regards to Ms. Payne's comments.
Any questions, Councillor Smith?
Well, not a question, just a comment, or just looking for direction.
Yes.
You know, as I responded to Ms. Payne at the time, you know, the addition of a yurt as a additional sleeping accommodation on a waterfront lot would require an upgrade to the septic system. And frankly, as we see every month at our council meetings, and we saw multiples of them again today, people construct buildings, structures that violate our rules and regulations all the time. And then they show up and want to buy the shoreline and seem surprised that they need to demolish something. And so I wouldn't think it's a great idea to support the construction of additional structures on waterfront properties where people will, oh, well, I'll go ahead and do that. Maybe I won't get caught. And it's overloading the septic system. So I don't think this is a particularly good idea. And so, direction, at least for me, is no, I would not be working to accommodate this.
Everyone else agree? Yes? Okay. Okay. Other comments from that day that aren't in from necessarily the public comments, but were included in our zoning bylaw, Jeff, that you wanted to go over?
Well, and that's the end of the comments. So an updated bylaw will be brought to the council meeting in September. The meeting in September, I just want to advise council, will be the final opportunity for council to give direction on proposed amendments prior to the public meeting, which will be held, I believe, 3 days after that council meeting. If no issues are received at the public meeting, the bylaw will return to council for final review and approval. So if there are any proposals that council would like to reconsider, I request that happen today, just to allow me time to amend the bylaw and the amending, but both the actual bylaw and the amending bylaws. So if there's anything else you'd like to add or remove that wasn't discussed today, I request that direction today if possible.
Councillor Donaldson?
I just have a quick question from before. I just was a little bit confused. When you said that if they were renting their cottage out and they had a private bunkie and that's included in the rental, but then also he said, if you had a private cabin, you can't rent it out for monetary gain. So was that both the same things? Because it's for monetary gain with the cabin by itself or with the cottage and the cabin? They're both monetary gain. So you just confused me there a little bit on, was one okay and one wasn't, or are they both not okay?
Well, I think the internal interpretation is as long as the use of the property is being used as a dwelling and a dwelling unit, that we've considered that as part of the short-term rental, and it is okay. So I think the intent of that and the way we will apply it internally is that the private cabin cannot be rented separately from the main dwelling. If they're renting the entire property and some people sleep in the dwelling and a couple of people sleep in the cabin, then that is okay.
Okay. Do you know why that is? Why that bylaw is like that?
Well, because well, Jeff can probably answer, but it is meant for sleeping only. So there's no kitchen facility. And so then it becomes two dwellings on a separate property, right? Essentially you're having one person here and then you're renting that out. It is not intended to be a separate apartment. It's one property. So you can't rent it out separately.
Correct, and it comes down to lake capacity models too. As I mentioned earlier, the MOE lake capacity models are based on one dwelling per lot. If everybody were putting second dwellings in a private cabin, it would offset the number of people using that lot and that lake capacity model. And I believe this is consistent right across the county. So the provincial policy statement and the Planning Act were updated previously, but again, via Bill 108 to now require certain lots to allow third dwelling units. But across the county, I don't think any of us permit them in the waterfront zone. I think all of most second units and especially third units in accessory buildings are directed towards hamlet areas and the village of Haliburton.
Okay, so Jeff, just for clarification, if there's someone from the public that still wants to comment, there is still time for them to do that. We have a Dysart council meeting on the 22nd, of which this will come back. Then we have the public meeting where public again can comment on the, then it's still in draft form, correct?
Correct. So there's a public meeting proposed for September 25th.
Yeah.
From 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. It'll be virtual. It'll be very similar to the open house. And this is the difference between the last meeting, the open house and the public meeting is when we come forward with the public meeting, we will have a proposed bylaw that they will be commenting on.
That's right.
So we'll have the opportunity to say what they like about it and what they don't like about it. And we may need to have more than one public meeting if council feels that some of the public comments have merit and direct staff to make further changes. So we can have as many public meetings as we want until council feels that the bylaw is where they want it, and then it'll be brought forward to council for final consideration.
Great. Okay, just wanted to make sure everyone's clear with the process. We're almost there. Like I said, a thank you and your staff for all the work that you're doing on this, and we're lucky that it's being done in-house, and it'll be really nice to get this done in 2020. Good. Okay, I do have a resolution to acknowledge receipt of the public comments. So if I can have a mover and a seconder on that, please. Councillor Wood Roberts, Councillor Donaldson. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the public comments received at the open house and proposed amendments, and further that council directs staff to proceed to research and provide proposed amendments based on the public comments received. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, thanks, Planning Department. And it is noon, but I'd like to move along if we can, get a few more things done here to, we'll bring in Mike Isles, who may or may not be out on a fire call. No? We'll see. And so just waiting to see if Mike is available still.
Sorry.
That's okay. You can turn to your report. Hi, Mike, welcome.
Hello.
Wasn't sure if you were out on a call.
We had a call, but we're back from it. So,
Okay. So the report is in there. You don't want to speak to it?
so standard, pretty much standard report. July represents our busiest month, typically is year over year. It's similar to last year. Our call volume is similar to last year. Not a lot of comment beyond that. We're still trying to do a bit of training. We did some WebEx training, and we're slowly working our way back into some of the regular training.
Okay, and you say the call volume and the total number in the bottom line, but 6 structure fires is not, is a lot.
Yeah. One for sure was a mutual aid, so
Yes.
it wasn't specifically ours. Just because it says structure fire doesn't necessarily mean it was entire structure, but no structure fires and fires certainly are up, and they're up across the province. So.
Oh, interesting. Any questions or comments to our fire chief, Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Mike. Just a quick question. I noticed that the fire complaints are up. They're 19 this year to date versus 12 last year at the same time year to date. Now, are those all complaints about somebody having a fire when they shouldn't have it? Like, for example, during a fire ban or during the daytime as opposed to evening? Or would those all be?
Typically, that's what those are. Yeah. No surprise because we had the fire ban. Fire ban's definitely going to generate more complaint calls. That's quite common with a fire ban.
And so you would relate that to the fire ban. And so when that occurs, you receive that complaint. Do you levy a fine? Do you go out and educate the person? What's the process to deal with those?
It's case by case. The option there is the option to levy a fine or a penalty. But typically first course of action is education.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. If there's no further questions, we've got a resolution to receive the report. I'll ask for Councillor Donaldson, Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that Council acknowledges receipt of the July 2020 Fire Department report. All in favor? And that's carried. And I just want to thank Mike for his leadership on our emergency control group. He's been at this for a long time, since March, and you're doing a fabulous job guiding our emergency control group. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
We're getting close.
Yeah.
Maybe. Okay, so we'll move into Public Works, and Rob Camelon is not able to be with us today. So we will do what we can without him. And Tamara has maybe some information that she can add to that. So the first off is just our department update. And that's just things that are happening. I was looking to see the bridge, the Coleman Lake Bridge. Tamara, is there anything you want to add here? Or
no, the only information I have from Rob was if there was discussion on the Klondike.
yes, so we'll get to that after this is just on this. Okay, John or Smith, Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Andrea. So Rob wasn't at our last meeting either. And I did send him an email after the meeting with respect to the intersection of Kinesis Lake Road and Watts Road. Had quite a number of complaints about that intersection. And they relate to the challenge that someone has turning left when they're coming back out. So I suspect in that location, they're probably traveling west. But if you just envision that you've been into the the far side of the lake, the west side of the lake, and you're coming back out, and say from the boat launch, the public boat launch there at the between Little K and Big K, or if you've just been visiting friends and you happen to live on Watts Road, and so you need to turn left when you return home. That first intersection, it seems to me, and this is supported, that the person turning left can't actually see anything down Canisius Lake Road. They're making a left-hand turn completely blind in terms of their visibility. And there's been a number of near accidents there in terms of the people that are complaining to me. And, as people do, they suggest you put a sign up that says dangerous intersection or something like that. My suggestion to Rob was that we make that intersection a three-way stop, so that people traveling on Canisius Lake Road would have to stop, whether either direction, and also, well, there's already a stop sign for the people on Watts Road. And so, as I said, I've raised that with Rob in an email since our last council meeting, and I just wanted to raise it today at council as something that been highlighted as a danger.
Okay.
And
John, just because that's like a specific thing, we probably all have little things here and there. One thing that's I'm hoping will change in the format of our meetings is as we go to committee of the whole. So when, and Rob will be there, and this is a personal appointment he could not miss. So, it's just one of those things that landed on the same day as our council meeting. But he will be in attendance for our September 8th committee of the whole meeting. And maybe that's where we can, because I have a few things too, but without him present, those are details. So can I get you to hold that thought till the 8th of September? And we do that on our section when we do roads and public works. Is that okay? Because I think we all might have a couple things here and there.
yeah, if that's the form to get these dealt with, it just, as I said, I'd raise that. And also a question with respect to landfill hours. Some folks on Redstone, through their annual meeting there, had expressed a desire to keep the Canisius Lake landfill open later on Sunday evening. It now closes at 6 p.m. And for the summer hours, a suggestion been made that we make that 8 p.m. Could open a little later in the morning. And really all I'd like to know is if that's something we're prepared to consider. I'd make an effort to seek broader input on that, for example, from the Canisius Lake Association. But if we're not prepared to consider it, I guess there's no sense in asking people for their input. So I again put that forward. But if you want to discuss these things at committee of whole, I got the notes for that and a number of other topics.
We should. Without Rob here, I think we should. And there's, we'll get John Watson in on that as well, if that's okay.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Okay, so really we just have right now then is the a recommendation or a resolution to acknowledge receipt of the Public Works Department update. So if I get a move and seconder for that, Councillor Clark, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that Council acknowledges receipt of the 2020 Public Works Department update. All in favor? Okay. Carried. We have a request for Benor Lake Road sign. So again, with Rob not here, Tamara, I don't know if you want to speak to this. Did he talk to you?
On the signage, I think he was basically asking to hold off until we had more information from the traffic studies.
Yeah, to defer, any decision to install one. Okay. Okay, so it's been received and you'll look into that. We'll wait till we get our counts and traffic study back. Councillor Smith?
So Tamara, do you know if those traffic reports will be available at the September committee of whole meeting?
No, I don't. And I'm guessing no, but I can't be sure. I'll check up on that.
All right. Just, we've got a letter here from, Benoit Lake. Speeding on our roads is a significant issue, particularly through the summer. And I go back to, it seems like a year ago now that the concerns were first raised with regard to Irish Line, Green Lake Road. The amount of traffic and the speed of the traffic on Green Lake Road is unbelievable, and so I'd hope that this will be on the agenda of an early meeting of the Committee of Whole, so we can see what we can do to find some approaches that will help us better manage, the excessive speeds that are occurring on some of our roads. So, frankly, it's a major problem. It's not isolated to one or two roads.
Oh no, or Dysart.
Yeah.
Okay, so we just have this to receive and to defer a decision. So I need a mover and seconder. Councillor Clark, Councillor Smith. Seconded. And be it resolved that council acknowledges the request to install warning and regulatory signage on Benoit Lake Road as information, and that council defer any decision to install warning and regulatory signage along Benoit Lake Road until the completion of the 2020 traffic counting speed and classification survey. All in favor? Okay, carried. Connecting link grant intake. The report is in there. We are still awaiting to hear back of the condition of the bridge. But every year this is something we apply for, and we did get a little bit to cover the cost of the bridge, but we're looking for bigger than that. So it is a resolution to ask staff to return with a recommendation and costs associated with making a 2021-2022 Connecting Link grant application. So do I have a mover and seconder for that? Councillor Smith, Councillor or Deputy Mayor Kennedy Roberts. I can't even speak. Oh goodness. Sorry, that was Deputy Mayor Kennedy as a seconder. And Councillor Smith was the mover. Be it resolved that council acknowledge this report as information, and that council directs staff to return with a recommendation and all costs associated with making a 2021 and 2022 Connecting Link grant application to the September meeting of council. All in favor? Carried. Illman Road assumption. Anybody have any questions? There's lots of information in our agenda to read on that and why. And it's authorizing staff the recommendation to initiate the road assumption. Meets qualifies. Okay, mover and seconder then. Nancy Wood Roberts and Councillor Clark. I apologize if I don't see your hand up right away. It's very difficult on the screen. It's much easier when you look up in a room, so I'm doing my best. So be it resolved that council authorize staff to initiate the road assumption process for the portion of Illman Road from 1137 Illman Road northerly to Brook Trout Run Road, and that all incurred costs associated with the road assumption be borne by the developer. All in favor? And that's carried. Klondike Road parking improvements. So this has been tossed around for quite some time and requested. So Tamara, was this the one you want to speak to a bit?
Yeah, he just wanted to, Rob's done some preliminary investigation up there. And he just wanted to be clear that the $20,000 ask is just to get started. That won't complete the project. For starters, there's a hydro guy wire that will need to be moved. That would be included in the 20,000. The estimated cost for rock removal could be as much as $100,000 to bring the existing parking lot down to the road grade. This would have to be tendered. That's just an estimate. And at the time of the site visit last week, there were 9 trailers in the parking lots, and most of them still had boats on them. So they aren't just people going in for the day fishing, they're people on the lake. So that's going to have to be dealt with through bylaw or through some other means to get those out of the way. But basically, the step is the investigative work, get the trees down, clear it up, scrape off the ground to see what we're dealing with, to be able to get a better estimate or idea for council moving forward to see how they want to proceed.
Yes, I think that's a further conversation is, do we allow overnight parking? This isn't the same as, it's meant to be a boat launch for an access to the lake, but are we, trying to make it into water access so people can keep their boats and trailers there year round? We have to decide what we want to do there, but it certainly starts the process and we can make a decision on what happens now, and it won't come to the October meeting, just for the sake of time. But at least we're looking at that. Deputy Kennedy?
A long-standing issue at Redstone, and it's a very busy boat launch, but I'm surprised to hear that you found that there was 9 boats on trailers at the time, rather than just empty trailers, which would tell me that empty trailers, they're using them going to the cottage or whatever, but sounds more like boat storage rather than boat parking. That's an enforcement issue.
Yes, yeah, and I think that's what council has to decide what it's for and what's a reasonable amount of parking. Even at Head Lake, I've talked about limiting the number of vehicle and boat trailers that we park in that area. And if we determine we've got room for 7, well, if you're the 8th one in, there's not room to keep your vehicle and trailer there for the day. So, we have other parking. So we have to just make that determination. But anyway, it starts the process. So there is, Councillor Smith, sorry.
Yeah, I recognize there's a problem in this area, but the thought of spending $100,000 to blast and rock to deal with it suggests that there's either a bigger issue here, or we're trying to solve a need that frankly is beyond the public responsibility. And so I'd be encouraging stronger enforcement. If there's 9 boats there, that says that people have got a habit, that this isn't one person who didn't know the rules. Most of us pay for boat storage, and don't expect the taxpayers to provide a facility for it. So I'd be encouraging stronger enforcement of that. And frankly, what is the rule surrounding parking on a boat launch? Because it's not from a water access point of view, but I've had complaints about people parking their vehicle and trailer at a boat launch and infringing on the ability to other people to actually use the boat launch. How long is it acceptable to leave your vehicle and even an empty trailer parked at the boat launch?
Well, some of our boat launches have clear signage that say no overnight parking. So that's and some don't. Some people do stay. So I do see a question from Councillor McKechnie.
Yes. The main purpose of this project would be to try to create a turnaround. It's a big problem there when the boats are all there. It's just mass confusion. And Al Hunter, of course, who lives right there and near that property, his property is being used a lot. And it's definitely not for boats, for people storing their boats. And but it's to create so it flows a lot better than what it does right now. It's just a big mess, and it will be here in the next couple of weeks with a lot of boats coming out. So just try to get it to flow. That's the whole idea, traffic to flow.
Yeah. So for the actual launching and bringing into the boat. So the resolution was in our package. So it isn't to spend, don't worry, John, another 100,000. It's just to initiate a parking improvement, and we can look at how far we want to take this. So I do have a resolution that you've seen. So do I have to move for a seconder? Councillor McKechnie, the seconder. Deputy Kennedy. Be it resolved, the council authorized staff to initiate parking improvements on Klondike Road for an upset limit of $20,000 and that the improvements be funded from the development reserve. And then further that council directs staff to return with a report on the status of the work to its October meeting. All in favor? Great. Okay, so that is carried. And next is also a, Tamara, I believe you're going to speak to this, the Dignan Road rehabilitation. And
nope, I didn't have no.
Okay, well, we talked about this when we talked about potentially transferring monies to surpluses, and we said, well, let's wait and see, and what are some options that we can actually do. Again, we want to caution that we don't want to put out tenders that can't be done within before the snow flies, and we end up in a difficult situation. But is there anyone that wants to speak to this? Deputy Kennedy?
Being one of the new people on council, I took some time to look back through, and it's surprising that the Dignan Road has been on council's agenda for about the last 6 or 7 years at least. I didn't go back any further. So if we have an opportunity to put this one behind us, I'm all in favor of it. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor McKechnie, did you want to speak to this one?
Yes, please. I just like to echo what Pat just said there. It's been an ongoing issue. Money was budgeted. Then we had the big problem with the culvert that had to be replaced. But it's definitely in bad need of getting fixed, and it has been on our agenda for a long time. So I just echoing what Pat said there.
Okay. So there is in the summary in our report, it does caution though that staff are reasonably confident the work can be completed by the end of September, and failing rehabilitation, it would be completed. The prep would be completed in the fall, and the contractor, we would request that they hold the price and complete the hardtop in the spring of, it says hold the 2019 surface price. I think you might mean 2020 price of whatever price we get in a tender right now. And I think that's really good to make sure that that gets in the tender, that it just in the event that it can't get done. And it's weather is one factor, but time is another. All of the companies are extremely busy right now. So if we don't want to force somebody to be trying to put down asphalt in November. Well, it's not asphalt, but even anything. Don't want to get them all excited that it's asphalt up there. Oops. So I think the resolution and we understand the scope of this. Okay. So mover and seconder. I'm going to serve Councillor McKechnie, and the seconder was Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council authorized rehabilitation of Dignan Road in addition to works already approved in the 2020 budget for a total estimate cost of $212,000, and that the work be funded by the development reserve. All in favor? Carried. Okay, and investing in Canada infrastructure program. So they just announced a more funding. We looked at, Tamara and I looked diligently to try to find the deadlines. I finally texted Lori Scott and she said it hasn't been announced yet. That's why we didn't know the dates, but it is 80% funding. And it's under the green stream. It's an opportunity for trails, pathways. And so there is a report here included. And Rob has got some cost estimates for some things. So we just want to see what council's desire is. If we put in an application, that money then gets budgeted to the 2021 budget, similar as we did last year for some things. So, you know, just how far do we want to take this? And is this a good opportunity to get 80% funding to repair some of our trails and pathways and sidewalks in and around the town? So comments from Councillor Clark and then Councillor Smith.
Yeah, Yeah, this ties in with what we were talking about, I think last winter, whatever, with the overall strategy for Head Lake Park. So that bridge has got to be redone. We've got the first steps going now with the new visitor center to start. But anyways, it's going to be over a number of years, but we have opportunity to have some of this work paid for through a provincial program. We, by all means, should be taking advantage of that. Thank you.
Absolutely. And we want people to be able to get out and be healthy and ride their bikes and walk on a path that doesn't have a stone or a crack. And the pathway from the town dock to County Road 1 is coming up to 40 years old when that was surfaced. And so, you know, and the bridge is not AODA compliant. So I think it's something that we would like to direct staff just with cost estimates and how much asphalt cost. So there's no dollar value in here. We're not committing ourselves to anything. We're just asking staff for that. And I apologize, Councillor Smith, I forgot your second comment, and then Tamara.
Well, I just, I guess a question first is, are we limited to one project?
Not necessarily, I don't think so. We could incorporate it all under a broad thing. It's under this green stream. You can look it up. I don't know. What would you?
Yeah, I just you know, I'd highlight that Dysart is much bigger than Head Lake Park and the village itself. It's not possible for people from many areas of Dysart to actually cycle as far as the village to utilize a trail or pathway there, and that you know, many of our lake roads would certainly benefit from being a little wider to accommodate cycling and even walkers, and that it would be great to see us pursuing initiatives that would support those other areas of the community also.
Okay, Tamara, you want to comment on this?
Just in general, that through this year's budget, we had deferred a couple of sidewalk projects over by the high school and over by Gardens Retirement. And I'm just wondering if we're looking at a sidewalk project, Rob and I talked about this after the report went out. Could we include those sections, since it's not work to be done until next year anyway, and leverage those funds as part of our 20%?
I think the resolution reads that it just to get cost estimates for asphalt walking path along Head Lake Trail, and technically that trail is all of that portion as well. So he could do them in sections and say this section is this much, because I think one section is asphalt, one section, I think the section in front of the train is concrete, and it's actually not bad. And I hear what you're saying, John, about areas and lake areas and whatnot, but I do see, and maybe this summer more than ever, people coming to town. So whereas I wouldn't maybe drive up to Kinesis Lake to go walk on Wilkinson, but people come into the town because they're already going to shop or they're already going to do something, and they open the back hatch of their vehicle, or they take the bikes off the back rack, or they take the stroller out of the vehicle and walk in and around town. So it is the busiest area. It's not to say that it's the most important whatsoever, but it is certainly a lot of people come to town. Even if you said it's too far to ride their bike, they come to town and then ride their bike once they're in town, or walk, or push a stroller.
Yeah, well, just to respond to that quickly, you know, people even from the Kinesis Lake area, because of the roads here being so hilly and not having any facilities, you know, drive down to a place like West Guilford and park there and ride their bikes along Green Lake Road, a road which I mentioned earlier is plagued by high traffic volumes and excessive speeds. There is no place. It has the advantage of being flat, but you know, it's not a fair and balanced view of our community if we focus everything on Head Lake Park and the village of Halliburton. There are hamlets and communities and even attractions outside of the village itself.
Absolutely. I think Councillor McKechnie had a point. Yes?
Yes, thank you. I know that Deputy Mayor Pat has talked a lot and worked a lot of time on snowmobiling. And even though I'm not a snowmobiler, I know how important it is to our community. And if they're talking 80-cent dollars, we should be at least looking into putting a snowmobile bridge across there at Wallings there. I think that would be something that would really benefit the whole community, and everything would flow a lot more. And of course, it's probably going to be a few dollars, but snowmobiling is such a big part of this community, and I think it's only going to get bigger.
Snowmobiling is huge, and it will be very, very busy this year, I imagine. I don't know that it would qualify for the green stream, though. If you look at what the funding is for, it's for pathways and walkways. It's relating to COVID-19 stimulus, but also so that people can get out and walk and be active. And I don't think sitting on a snowmobile would qualify. We don't even know when that application can go in. At this point, the resolution just reads to get some cost estimates. So I'd encourage to approve this resolution, and we can all look and see if there's something else that would qualify as well, and then we can prioritize. But it won't take Rob it won't be too difficult to get cost estimates for what's in this resolution right now as it reads. And we can maybe get some more details on what the application what specifics of that are. Does that sound fair?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I would need a mover and seconder for this. Councillor Wood Roberts, and a seconder was Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that council directs staff to report back to council's next regular meeting with cost estimates for asphalt walking path replacement along Head Lake Trail and Head Lake Park area, as well as footbridge replacement in Head Lake Park for the purposes of applying to the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. All in favor? Okay, any opposed? None. That's carried. Winter maintenance agreement. Is there any questions on that? It's pretty standard. Okay, mover and seconder, please. Councillor Smith, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that bylaw 2020-56, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of winter maintenance services agreement with the County of Haliburton, be read a first, second, third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached here too. All in favor? Great, carried. We need a policy about bears at our landfill. Who knew? So that's included, and the background behind that. I do know people like to come and park their cars to see the bears. So any questions to Tamara on that? Councillor Clark?
Mayor Roberts, I believe that John's here, so he can be pulled in to speak to his.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just I've been hearing quite a bit about there's some real issues this year about bears having access to food, and apparently they are starving. So I think what's happened is the bears are becoming more active around the dumps and around people's properties. So I think as a result, this has come up, I guess, as an issue for us, the staff at our landfill sites.
It's also like anything with health and safety, it's to protect our staff so that they have an actual policy. So John, I'll let you speak to that if you want to. Just unmute.
Thank you. All of our landfill sites have always operated with kind of informal policies and procedures around bears. We recognize that there are bears here and they go to landfills because they're a good source of food. It was suggested that we have a more formal policy or procedure in place so that our workers would know kind of what steps to take depending on where the bear is on the site and how to protect not only the workers, but also the public. So we've drafted this procedure, pulling in information from some of the other surrounding municipalities and from the Ministry of Natural Resources Bearwise program to build the procedure out. It was interesting that none of the other 3 local municipalities in Haliburton had a similar procedure, so there'll likely be relying on us to share our procedure with them. It is pretty straightforward. It's basically giving examples of if a bear is on site, how to react or not react. And for example, if a bear gets into one of the bins on the site, what procedures we take to protect the public in those kind of situations.
Excellent. Any questions on anything in the procedure? No, saw a thumbs up. No, that's good. Like you say, we've had an informal because we're used to living up here, but we should have things like this formalized, and I would imagine that the other municipalities will have to do the same soon. So I do have a resolution to acknowledge that, and Councillor Smith, thank you. As seconder, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the health and safety procedure bears at landfill sites. All in favor? And that is carried. And John, you're on the next item. I knew that.
Yeah.
You've been busy on social media and your little videos and your posts, and you're getting a lot of uptake on all of that stuff. Very good.
Thank you. So this is kind of an extension of that promotion and education effort that we're trying to do here to build up awareness around recycling and composting and waste diversion. So this is an activity book that I've prepared that would be, hopefully, if it's approved, made available starting at the start of the school year at our landfill sites. So children and their families could pick up this activity book and be able to do some of the activities within it. There's a coloring sheet. There's also a word search and some different activities to kind of just think about waste reduction within the home. We'd also make this booklet available for download on our website so that schools and early childhood educators could be able to access it as well. And then obviously we'd be able to take some of the expense around this project and apply it to our annual data call to RIPRA as a blue box promotion and education expense. And I think this would really set us apart from perhaps some of the other municipalities around us, as we're starting to really work with students and children to help really reinforce recycling and composting in the homes.
It's a fantastic initiative. Any other comments, Councillor Smith?
Well, I'd emphasize or repeat your word. It is a fantastic initiative, and so congratulations to John on pursuing this. One other aspect of this, I mean, you talked to reduction is critically important, and there are many opportunities to do that. But one topic that I'd like to see you focus a little bit on related to recycling is encouraging people to do a better or even try to compact stuff before it goes into recycling containers. The number of plastic containers, tin cans that haven't been flattened, the amount of air that we end up hauling, paying for the haulage of from our landfill site to a recycling center because tin cans haven't been flattened, plastic containers haven't been squished. Even the paper products, milk cartons and so forth haven't been flattened. It's just a shame. There's so much air in those things. We're never going to have industrial strength compactors at our facilities, so people could do this from their home. It would be really very helpful, and I think educating them in terms of the value or importance of that would be a worthwhile initiative for somebody that has your social media skills. Thank you.
Thank you.
So any other comments to John on the book? I love that we're using our West. What are we going to do when he starts to fall apart from the weather?
Sorry, go ahead, Tamara.
I was going to say, I think they're already looking for other
I know,
options.
because he's just a big, giant stuffed animal, and he won't last forever outside.
Well, Mason takes him home at night to keep him safe.
He's famous. Love it. Love it. And I'm really glad that you have the answers on the back page as to what goes in what container. Just in case you didn't get it. Okay, so are we sending those out to print? Who prints the books? Did I miss that in the report?
If council approves it, we'll send it out to be printed, so we'll be ready for the start of the school year. So our aim is to have it ready for September 8th.
Excellent. And then also, as you said, someone could download it as well. It's on the website.
Absolutely, yes.
Great. And the distribution goes, we'll take it right to the schools?
We're going to take it to the landfill site, so
to
when
the
people are visiting, they'll be able to pick them up right then and there.
Okay.
Take us to landfill attendants for them.
All right. Well, there's something else to promote when they get, well, let's see if the resolution passes. I don't know. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Clark, Deputy Kennedy. Be it resolved that council authorize the expenditure of $400 to publish a children's activity book, Let's Protect the Environment Together, funded from Dysart's environmental operating budget. All in favor? And that's carried. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm just looking at the time. I know there's some other staff waiting in the wings, but we do have a closed session delegation at 1:30. So I think we're going to go to Parks and Rec. We'll finish that and then we'll take a lunch break. I'm sorry for that. I thought we'd be able to finish all of council, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. We do need to give everybody time to have proper lunch before we go into closed. And when we come out of closed, then we'll have to resume the rest of the council meeting. Does that sound fair to everybody? Yep. All right. Just for the sake of time, it does take time and for staff here. And if we only take a half an hour break, it's very fast. Or yeah. Okay. So we're going to do Parks and Rec report, and then we will take our break. So Andrea Mueller's in, and is Andrew coming in today? Okay. Okay, so welcome both of you, and your report's in there, so I'll let you speak to it and then we'll take questions. So Andrew, I don't know if you want to go first?
I'll go first. I'll start in the Parks Department. The water fountain in Rotary Beach has quit working, and it's currently being assessed to see what was wrong with it. Unfortunately, we don't have any answers right now.
Just to clarify, the water fountain, the one that's in the water, not the limestone fountain.
Right at Rotary Beach, the one that's in the water.
Yeah.
In building maintenance, staff were notified of leaking roof at the Canoe FM building. Staff have fixed the repair or repaired the problem, so that's stopped, so that's a good thing. But in the arena, the company hired that to replace the flat roof has notified staff that they are too busy to complete the job. So staff are currently working on finding another contractor to have that job completed this year.
That's unfortunate. It's a sign of the times, and maybe try to keep looking for somebody, and just by email let us know if you're able to, or if it's not going to happen this year. That's unfortunate.
Yes, if it doesn't happen this year, I think we're going to have to do just a temporary repair just to get through the winter.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. So any questions on all the work things? The electronic sign looks fabulous. I know that's up. Any questions on that report? Councillor Smith? So Councillor Smith is muted, and but I don't. He doesn't appear to be able to unmute himself. So it's
There I go. Sorry, pressed the wrong button. Andrew, a couple of questions on your report. The water refill station at the West Guildford Recreation Center, terrific. I've been in there. When we were talking about the location, I was concerned that the board of the West Guildford Recreation Center was concerned about the location. Unless you know what's there, you'll never find it. And either you or Tamara at the time had said, well, we could put up a sign. and I'll say the same thing about the washrooms, the outdoor washrooms there. If you're playing baseball, you know they're there. But if, you know, a visitor to the area is looking for a public washroom, they're not likely to find it. Now, so if you could put some sort of signage, you know, at the building, or even, you know, at the roof of the washrooms or whatever, you know, I could update that exterior sign. But, you know, we need something that kind of points out to people where the water refill station is.
I think Tamara actually wants to comment on that, so.
Yeah, we have a few $100s left of the Trillium funding, so we were discussing that this morning. So Andrea's working on a template to get approved through the Trillium Foundation to get some signage up for all the water refill stations. But I do like your idea of using the front board maybe to promote it, at least to get the word out. And we have been starting to put it out on social media. We've been doing one at a time to try and profile them. So that one will be next.
Yeah. Well, the you know, the social media won't work for kind of visitors to the area, but somebody driving by, frankly, even if they pulled into the parking lot, they'll never find that refill station unless they, you know, kind of have something that gets them to the back of the building. And so that's the concern there. So if you can do something about signage, both for the washroom and the refill station, you know, I can put a notice on the big sign out front, but that'll only let them know that, you know, there's something in the area. They'll be trying to open their recreation center. If I have a sign out front, then you don't have something at the side of the building. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
The second thing on your report, you've got a comment there on a couple of places: the Eagle Lake floating station and the Pine Lake docks. That you're going to seek quotes, and then you'll install the replacement docks at Head Lake. Is that just a typo, or is that?
It could be just a typo. I'm just looking that up here. We have to finish the docks at Head Lake Park, which are 3 docks that are missing that we didn't complete in the first stage.
Yeah.
But Pine Lake and Eagle Lake, those docks have to be replaced.
Yeah, but they got nothing to do with Head Lake, though.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions for Andrew, or Andrea can take some questions? Andrea, in my opening remarks, I did refer to the fact that we're trying to do a proposal to have a workstation. I won't call it office space because it could be work or school or whatever you're doing in the arena. So we'll know more about that next week and see what we can do in the upstairs of the community center to offer some space that people can set up a table and get work and have access to Wi-Fi. So, and Deputy Kennedy,
Yeah, just before we left Andrews, I really want to thank you, Andrew, and your staff for the efforts you made to rehabilitate a raft, I guess, and make it into a dock for West Guildford. Much appreciated. Heard some good positive comments back, so just wanted to pass that along. Thanks to you and your staff for the efforts you made there. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
thank you for that. There've also been a few thank yous in the local newspapers and letters to the editor over the state of our cleanliness of our park and our bathrooms, and the extra cleaning has been noted. And there was even a staff member in particular that was pointed out who's down there cleaning and picking up in Head Lake Park and all of our parks and all of our bathrooms. So the extra work this year was noted. I appreciate it. Councillor McKechnie?
Yeah, just wondering, Andrew, did you get a chance to put up any of those Explore Your Lake signs, boat launch signs, anywhere up in the Haliburton Lake area?
Yeah, all the signs that I was putting up in the Haliburton Lake area are still up. I think there's some more signs to go up for boat launch directional signs.
And that's through the road department.
Yeah, Andrea's nodding in there. What would Andrea?
The signs, the boat launch signs, the ones with the directional arrows, they've been given to Jeff Sisson and Brian Mulholland to go up. So Jeff Sisson has some of the ones for the Haliburton Lake area, but some of those also fall into it, depending whether it's a county road or a municipal road. It depends which whether it's county or municipal that gets it, but they both have them, and they both said they'll work on getting them up. So.
Excellent. Councillor McKechnie, do you have, okay, you're done? Okay, so is there anything else for the Parks Department? Andrea?
Hi, just going back to your comment about Head Lake Park and the other parks, we own some Google listings for those. So I've been trying to become that the municipality owns our Google listing for Glebe Park or West Guilford Community Center, Head Lake Park. So not all of them we have yet, just because they have to mail in PIN codes, but people have been commenting on Google, and we've had really good reviews. Our reviews seem to usually be at 5 stars or 4 stars. So people that are taking the time to put reviews in have been sharing pictures and some good reviews. So it's just nice to see.
Great. Well, that's good to know. I didn't know that. Okay, so if there's nothing further, we have a resolution to receive the report. Councillor Smith. And seconder, Councillor Clark. Be it resolved, the council acknowledges receipt of the August update of the 2020 Parks and Recreation Staff Report and the 2020 Parks and Recreation Work Summary. All in favor? Okay, that is carried. We're going to take a break now. For those of you watching, when we do come back, we have to come back live to do a resolution to go into closed. So you won't see much at that time. So I'm going to suggest we take, well, it's only now going to be a 30-minute break. I apologize to staff and council. You guys are home, so you can probably just go grab lunch quickly. Anyway, we will resume at 1:25 and then go into closed. So we're in recess right now. Okay. Okay, so we're back in session. Okay, we are back in sessions, or lunch recess is open, and now we're going to actually go into closed session. So as we have a delegate at 1:30. So I do need a mover and a seconder to go into closed. Councillor Donaldson, Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved, the council adjourn its regular meeting at, just a minute, 1:30 p.m. to discuss matters pursuant to section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, pertaining to a proposed disposition of land by the municipality in the township of Dysart et al., litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group, or persons or organizations. All in favor? Okay, so we are now in closed session. It'll just take a minute for administrator to do that. So bear with till I get the signal that we are actually in closed.
We've got to be getting close to happy hour, aren't we?
Yeah.
Retired. I like to have my drink at 5.
Look, Tamara, I got the cupboard full again.
What's in there? I left some almonds last time I was there.
Yeah, I saw those. Thank you. For those of us that are allergic, we've got chocolate bear paws. We've got chocolate bars. We've got creamy Werthers. We got oranges.
No wonder everybody goes to Tamara's office.
Oh, I wasn't. Okay, guys, we are back on live. I was muted. Yes. So I heard some things about what time of the o'clock it is. So let's try to be succinct these last few agenda items so that we can all go home before dinner. So where are we? We are at museum report, and Kate's there. And sorry, Kate, to make you wait all day, but and now I'm going to make you go quickly. Go ahead, Kate.
Hello, how's everyone doing?
We're pooped, but we're still, I was gonna say we're still standing, we're still sitting, we're still here.
All good. So in terms of the museum, all's well. This has been certainly a different sort of summer, you know, having different protocols in place for our visitors, et cetera. But there are lots of visitors around the community, and people, I think, really are making the best of this summer. I think that's something everyone's been finding all over town, is that people have been finding ways to make this work, visiting locally, exploring their own backyards, and we're very much tapping into that in terms of welcoming visitors to the museum, sharing local history, and also using our outdoor spaces creatively as well, because that gives us way more options being located as we are in a beautiful park. Yep, so all is well, and we're just carrying on, making some plans for this new temporary normal as we carry on into the autumn, and figuring out what that's going to look like, continuing to share in person where we can with our community and with our visitors, and also being able to share online with those people who are preferring to stay closer to home.
Okay, so any questions for Kate? No, good job. Thank you. Thank you, Kate. I do have a resolution to accept your monthly status report. So mover seconder, please. Deputy Kennedy, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved, Council accepts the monthly status report regarding museum operations. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And thank you, Kate.
Thank you.
Carl, and now we're bringing in Carl. And Rob. Can't believe you're still here. Poor Carl. Okay, so first up is the building permit report, which I'll let you speak to that. The numbers say a lot, but.
It was, yeah, July was a busy month for sure. We set some records. Our efficiency went down a little bit in July. Everybody was getting a little antsy getting their permits. So we were a little bit slower than we usually are, but we did get the permits out.
Well, this is what happens when there was a lull, and a part of it was COVID, and part of it just happens too. Sometimes everybody, you know, maybe waiting for their builders and waiting for drawings and things out of our control. But that's just absolutely incredible to see 29 major residential permits in 1 month. Like, that's a lot of new properties. Any questions or comments or anything to ask Carl? Deputy, I'm sorry, I'm having real trouble speaking at the end of the day. I'm just might go to first name basis. Pat, go.
I know who you meant. Anyways, way to go, Carl, and your team. What's August looking like? On the same kind of a theme? Or?
Yeah, it's still busy. We're still issuing lots of permits.
Keep up the good work. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a resolution to receive the building permit report. Anyone? Councillor Clark? Councillor Smith? Be it resolved, council acknowledges receipt of the July 2020 building permit report. All in favor? Okay, carried. Thank you. And then is the bylaw or search, pardon me, the letter from search. So I'm gonna, it was addressed to me, but Carl, I'm gonna let you speak to it to know, do we ever have what precedents where we have waived some building permit fees before for not-for-profits?
For the Kawartha housing, Kawartha Halliburton housing, we do the building permits. And again, it's up to council. I don't have the authority to waive permits. It's up to council, and that's why they're seeking the request.
Yeah, just for the sake, we haven't had this in our just under 2 years of this term of council, so I just didn't know. I thought at one point Places for People way back, and we had them as a delegation this morning. I thought we did something for them, but I'm not sure. It would be a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll open it up to the floor for questions, comments. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, and I think this is an important thing to support. It's dealing with, you know, kind of skills development for a lot of our advantaged people within the community. The community has been beat up pretty good, and a lot of people are having to transition. So anything we can do to support search with what they do and with the people that they're trying to help, I think is a good thing. It's not a big dollar figure, but it'll get us a lot of mileage, and it'll return to the community in terms of economic and benefit.
Okay, good point. So I would say I call you, you would probably move that. And John, you want to speak to that?
Well, you know, it seems I sometimes take a contrary view, but it seems to me that it's up to the community to decide where charity dollars should be invested, as opposed to council to make that decision. Search, you know, I've written checks to them myself. Lake associations, many cottagers were very generous to search this spring, you know, when COVID struck, and because we felt it was an important charity that was doing important work. But it was an individual decision. You know, it seems council might have occasionally in the past, but certainly not regularly, waived fees for, you know, not-for-profits. You know, I'll put Abbey Gardens out there as an example. They didn't get waiving of their fees when they had building permit applications, built a brewery and so forth. They're big dollars. So to me, it's a slippery slope, you know, but certainly once if you approve something like this, every not-for-profit charity in the community will say, well, wait a second, I paid a building fee, I want a refund, and everybody will be asking for it in the future. How do we as a council decide which charities should be supported with tax dollars? I'd argue none of them, that they should be supported by making their case to the public, and the public decides which charities they believe are most valuable and therefore worthy of their personal support. Our contribution should be to manage resources wisely and hold down the tax rate so that individuals have more money available and can decide where they want to spend it.
Okay, so I'd like to hear from some other councillors, because we have a choice of resolution, which is to refund or to deny the request. Walt? Oh, Walt, you have to unmute. Walt, can you unmute?
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the search does so many good things that we don't even know about, things like that. It's a no-brainer. My vote is that we would refund it.
So anybody else have a thought on this? Don't know where the money would come from. So when we do this, it would be Barbara, maybe you can. We used to support actually quite a few different organizations, and now we don't anymore, as we've sort of gotten away from that. So I don't know if we did refund, where would that come out of what pocket? Go ahead.
Yeah, that would come out of the building permit revenue. Basically, I don't know if they paid it at this point because the request here is a refund, and we would refund that and reduce the building permit revenue.
I believe they paid it. They had to get the permit. And this was just something I got out of the blue as these things happen. You don't ask for them and they come to council. So is there support to waive or not to waive? See from another councillor. Councillor Smith? Unmute.
Just to get, yes, thanks. To get the discussion going, I'll move that we receive this letter and decline the request to provide support.
Okay, and is there a seconder to decline? Deny? So there's not a seconder, so is there a mover to approve the request? So I have moved by Councillor Clark. Second by Councillor Donaldson. Did I see your hand? Yes, I saw. Okay, just checking. Be resolved, the council approves the request from Dysart Community Services to refund the building permit costs incurred during the renovation of 49 Maple Avenue. So all in favor? Okay, so that is carried. Tammy, I still counted 4. Was your hand, because you seconded it, was your hand when I called the vote? Okay, thank you. All right, that's carried. Bylaw update. Robert is in the room.
I'm back.
He's back. So you'll just hear him verbally.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just to wrap up of last month. Again, there was one animal control call. This call was closed 2 weeks later with some voluntary compliance. Again, parking meters still out. EOC did meet the other day, and we are going to reopen the meters as of September the 1st. There hasn't been any parking complaints received yet as of this month. Property standards and zoning, there's one property standards that's ongoing. Zoning, there's 6 complaints that are being investigated. One of the complaints has been ordered and issued to comply. That will be followed up after the date of expiry has ended. Noise complaints, we've received several noise complaints due to some music in the areas we've investigated, but some of the complainants haven't been able to really direct the exact area where the noise is coming from. Signing and bylaw, signing bylaw and licensing, there was no permits issued last month. Building complaint, there was a complaint of a structure being built illegally. That was removed through voluntary compliance. Business licensing, no businesses were issued. EMCPA enforcement for COVID-19, we still have yet to receive any further calls. It's been about a month and a half since we've received a call for service on the COVID-19. And health and safety will be taking some training courses and to get up to snuff with that.
Okay, and medical center gate?
Medical center gate is up and operational. A lot of people are just having some trouble with the change in the meters and getting used to using
the machine
the
inside.
new system.
Yeah.
Both machines.
Okay, so there's a machine at the gate.
Yep.
And then there's the machine inside as well.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And just people having trouble operating them. It's a different system. It's labeled step by step. So
Okay.
it's pretty.
Okay. Good. So any questions for Robert? Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Parking at boat launches. How long is someone allowed to park at a boat launch?
There's nothing that I'd have to research it. I'm not totally totally 100% can confirm it yet, but I'd have to look at it. I don't believe there's anything in the parking bylaw for it.
Okay. So what about camping at boat launches? If I set up a recreational vehicle and decide to camp out for the weekend, is that therefore permitted?
No, it's not. No, you're only allowed to camp at licensed camped areas.
Okay, so if my recreational vehicle is got a boat on attached to it, how long can it sit there at a boat launch?
What's it doing?
Well, it's got a boat trailer attached to the back of it. You know, how do you know what I'm doing in an RV?
Tamara might know what, yeah, I don't think we have any overnight parking at them, but
No, unless there's a separate agreement with like a lake association or neighbors or something, which would be dealt with through a deed or something. There's no overnight parking at the boat launches.
Okay, so I can park there from 7 o'clock in the morning until 9 o'clock at night, as long as I don't stay overnight. Is that what we're saying our rules are?
Sure.
I would have to verify, but we used to have on some of the signs 4 hours, but that became an issue when people were out on the lake fishing all day. So we basically tried to focus on not overnight. So if you're there, you can come all day if you want to. I'd have to clarify what the actual rules are, but no overnight.
All right. I think, you know, and I don't know whether it's COVID related or not, but, you know, certainly speaking from lakes in my area, we're seeing some, I'll call it unusual behavior this summer. And it's infringing upon, you know, the normal use of a boat launch in terms of accessibility. And, you know, I think we need to, you know, consider how we manage these things in the future.
Mayor?
I would say if anybody has an issue, like say there's a boat trailer parked there by your launch all weekend, get the information and send it into Robert and he can follow up and let them know, for starters, that they're not allowed to be there as a warning anyway, and then go from there. But obviously we don't have staff running around to the boat launches enforcing that on weekends. It would be complaint driven. Encourage if there are problems with the launches being blocked up or whatever. Robert can probably help with that in some way.
And if we're in our wards and we get if you get a complaint and you can check that boat launch out, I know I've certainly seen signage that says no overnight parking. Maybe some have appropriate signage, maybe some need to update their signage. So we can look into that as we go along. So any other questions? Sorry.
I was just gonna say, we did put that on all our new signage that went on all the water access points, but whether the signs go missing sometimes too.
Yeah. Okay, so I need a move and seconder to accept their bylaw department update. Councillor Clark and Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved, council acknowledges received the July 2020 bylaw department update. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, where are we at? Oh, fireworks. We have a fireworks bylaw. Is there any questions, comments? We changed the dates. This is just a reading of it. Okay. So we need a mover and seconder. Oh, Councillor Smith?
I didn't want to move it or second it. I'd ask for a recorded vote on this. I won't spend long, but I find it ironic, if inconsistent, that we would have a bylaw that acknowledges that fireworks have the potential to pollute the air, water, blah, blah, blah. And we wish to take action to mitigate the risk of to humans, animals, and environmental health. And we're expanding the occasions on which people can set up fireworks. You know, it's, as I said, it's remarkable. And I've had absolutely no one approach me in the past couple of years and say, gee, it would be terrific if I could light up fireworks on Labor Day weekend. In fact, at Kinesis, they decided not to do fireworks on Labor Day weekend after polling the membership for a public display. Just wasn't enough demand to warrant it. And so anyway, I won't drag it out. I know you're all in a hurry. And
well, we're not in a hurry. We're not in a hurry. We've been here since 9 o'clock. I've been here since 10 to 8. So it's hardly a hurry, but it's fair. Each item we're allowed to talk to. So we are getting a little tired. It's a very long meeting, and we did bring the bylaw forward. So we will ask, he's asked for a recorded vote, so fair enough. I do need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Clark, a seconder for the motion. Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that bylaw 2020-54, which is a bylaw to prohibit and regulate the sale and setting off of fireworks in Dysart et al. Be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. So, Mallory, do you want to go through recorded vote? Thank you.
Of course. Councillor Clark,
Yay.
Councillor Donaldson,
Yay.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy,
Yay.
Councillor McKechnie,
Yay.
Hey,
yay or nay?
no, nay.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wood Roberts,
Yay.
Mayor Roberts.
Yes is easier to hear. Yes.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Robert and Carl. You can head home, and we just have a couple little things left. Finance Department. Barbara, your revenue and expenditure report. We already went through detailed stuff when we did in our July meeting. So unless there's anything really outstanding you want to point out.
No, nothing outstanding, just, you know, our two key areas being the recreation and the arena, but we're starting to get some traction on that with a plan to reopen in September, and our medical center parking gates up and running. So that's exciting news.
We did, as we know, receive or will receive the funding from the province for COVID. So I suggest we wait till we see where things are at. This is an example where we could use some of it if we so choose to offset the loss of revenue at the arena. But it'll be one of those things we'll probably wait to the year end to really see where we want to put this. And we get a report from you, Barbara, as to what things it could be used for 2020, and then what things we'll have a discussion over that money that we'll receive from the province. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I had three areas of this report that I just had some questions about as I was looking it over. First off, the building permits revenue. The forecast is to be quite a bit below plan, and given the strength of the building permits, although we're refunding one of them, it's $1,500. But why is the the permits so far below our budget?
Yeah, so the forecasted number that there is removing roughly about $250,000 that we had initially budgeted for the septic reinspection program.
So that's just that in and out transaction that's causing.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I'd forgotten about that. Also, recycling expenses. At the end of July, it's just 20.9% of the full year budget. And yet the forecast is to come in right on budget. If we spend $163,000 for 7 months, how are we going to spend $600,000 in the next 5 months?
Yeah, and so the busiest time of the year is now, so you will see quite an uptick over the next few months on that expense there.
So it's just a seasonal cyclability that's going to drive that amount.
That's correct.
Wow. And finally, Head Lake Park expense. July year to date, the spending has been $41,000. Yet the projection is to spend nearly $120,000 in the next 5 months, and actually end up slightly over budget. What's driving that?
Head Lake Park, I believe, is the Rotary Beach, the capital portion for the Rotary Beach, our portion for the rehabilitation, the 81,000.
This is the 81,000 that we're assuming we'll get the grant and we'll spend it this year.
Well, you know, we budgeted for it this year. If we do not spend it this year, we certainly can carry that over into the year where we actually complete the project.
Okay, thank you.
Good questions. If there are no other questions, I'll take a mover and a seconder on the receipt of the Deputy Kennedy, seconder, Councillor Smith. Be it resolved, the council acknowledges receipt of the revenue and expenditure report at July 31st, 2020 with the 2020 forecast analysis. All in favor? Carried. Check summary.
Yeah, so total disbursements for July were $1,227,885. Pretty typical July, nothing unusual there.
Okay, so a resolution to receive. Councillor Clark, seconder. Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved, the council acknowledges receipt of the July 2020 check summary. All in favor? Carried. Last, two things, metered sewage.
Yeah, we're still trending, behind previous year activities. We're about 15% down over the year. There might be a little bit of traction once school's back in play, but I don't think that we're going to fully recover that.
Nope, not likely, but that's to be expected. So resolution to receive. Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Wood-Roberts. Be it resolved, council acknowledges receipt of the July 2020 metered sewage readings report. All in favor? Great, carried. And lastly, some tax adjustments.
Yep, these are section 357 write-offs. We have total write-offs of $1,600, of which the municipal portion is just over $700.
Okay. And mover and seconder to receive. Councillor McKechnie, Councillor Smith. Be it resolved, council authorizes tax adjustments for applications made under section 357 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended as follows, and the amounts and totals are there. All in favor? Carried. Okay, a couple more things. Tai Chi Day. Tai Chi month or Tai Chi Day? I can't remember. Tai Chi Day. So that's a letter in there. Anyone want to support that? Anyone do Tai Chi? Sure. Okay, there's a nice letter there. I don't think we really need to talk about it, but they're not really even asking us to doing anything except that we will forward the resolution back to them so that they'll know. We're not, they didn't really ask us anything else. Okay, so was that moved by you, Councillor Clark?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Then a seconder? Anyone? Councillor McKechnie? Be it resolved, the council supports the proclamation of November 7th, 2020 as Taoist Tai Chi Arts 50th Anniversary Day in Dysart et al. And congratulations to them. All in favor? Carried. They actually always end up participating at every event, and they'll do a little demonstration and everything. There's quite a group of people around. So very lastly is the change of the procedural bylaw. Yet again, we keep looking at it and reviewing it and changing it as the circumstances change. And so Mallory, I'll let you speak to this.
Yeah, so Bill 197 came out. It's the COVID-19 Recovery Act, and it allows municipalities some new powers to allow electronic participation that extends beyond the state of emergency. So that's both for open and closed session, and your participation electronically will count towards quorum for the meetings if you choose to go this way. Because it's going smoothly, staff have offered a procedural bylaw that will allow for electronic participation for a wide range of reasons, and then also as approved by the chair if it doesn't quite fall under these reasons. We're working with IT right now to get electronics up and running in council chambers so that it'd be easy to facilitate this if we're doing a hybrid model where most people are in council, but for example, someone might have a virus, but they're well enough to attend. So they would stay home and not give it to everyone else, but they would be able to participate and vote as a member. So that's what these changes are allowing. There's another thing that was allowed through this, and I haven't brought it through with this amendment, but it's kind of an odd thing, but they're allowing proxy voting as well, if your council chooses to go that way. And if we do allow proxy voting, we'd have to decide how it gets established in Dysart specifically. So you'd have to account for that in our procedural bylaw. And basically, if you couldn't attend the meeting, you would assign a proxy to vote for you.
Yeah. That was over like a lead balloon at the county.
Yeah, it's a little odd.
Yeah.
I guess in very, very large councils, perhaps that would make more sense. But anyway, but it's up to council, of course, if they want to consider it. But this electronic participation that we've allowed for in these amendments, it allows a lot more flexibility if you're not around physically for council. So we didn't include it in this because we thought the amendments might give a lot more flexibility to council to participate still.
Yeah, I think so. And there's lots of circumstances. You could have a sprained ankle or something like that and still be able to participate. So I think this is good. And I think what I'd like to propose with Pat and I working with, as county councillors, is that we, get sort of the IT department there to help facilitate for all the local municipalities. Oh, I'm getting an unstable internet connection. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. So I think that means that it's time to quit. So if there's any further questions for Mallory on this, I will ask for a mover and a seconder to update our procedural bylaws. So it's moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that bylaw 2020-55, being a bylaw to govern the calling, place, and proceedings of meetings, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? Excellent. And confirmation bylaw of all that we did today. Would anyone like to move that? Councillor Donaldson, I can barely see you. You're in the dark there now. So I did see a hand. Okay. Seconder. Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that the bylaw 2020-57, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting held on August 25th, 2020, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, corporate seal attached hereto. All in favor? And that is carried as well. So thank you, everybody. Thanks to all the staff, if they're still on the line. Thanks to these awesome two women sitting in the room with me, Alyssa and Lori, who are click away and make all this happen by Zoom. So I really appreciate it. It's been a long day. Have a good evening, everyone.
Mayor Roberts, we have to adjourn. Sorry.
I was just saying thank you.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Otherwise they'll start clicking us out. I said if I adjourn before, we'll be off. So I do need a motion to adjourn. Who would like to do that? Okay, I see many hands. Okay, I saw Deputy Kennedy and a seconder was Councillor Donaldson. Be resolved, the council adjourned its regular meeting held on August 25th, 2020 at 5 p.m. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great night. And our next meeting will be September 8th for our first committee of the whole meeting. So start marking your calendars. Okay, bye now.
Bye.
Yes.